Hey, how are you? Good. Good.
Nobody's ready for the mayor's budget presentation.
Oh, I know. It's the highlight of the highlight.
Hi, Mayor. How are you? I'm good.
Anybody leave glasses back here? Everybody will get started in 60 seconds. You're welcome. Okay, why don't we go ahead and call the meeting to order. Call the December 16, 2024 Council Finance Committee meeting to order. First order of business, I'd like to move that we approve the minutes of the previous the previous Finance Committee meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, and first order of business, we've already got queued up on screen the mayor budget presentation for the mayor's office. Welcome, Mayor George. Would you like to go ahead and present the anticipated budget?
All right. Good evening, everyone. Excited to be presenting the 2025 budget for the Office of the Mayor, as well as the Division of Community Relations. Here's a snapshot of the organizational chart. As all of us know, but just a reminder, the mayor is elected and serves as both the city's full-time chief executive and administrative officer, oversees the city's administration to ensure all ordinances of the city are enforced. And again, there you can see the organizational chart. I don't know what happened up top, but that should say personnel staffing updates. So you can see there's 5 full-time employees, 3 under the Division of Mayor, myself, Administrative Assistant and Chief of Staff, and 2 within our Community Relations Department, our Community Relations Specialist, and our PIO. And if you recall, our PIO is a new position. We started last year, and you know, at least from the administration, we're thrilled with the work that our PIO has performed. He's formalized a lot of documents. He's helped multiple departments. So we're really glad that we have a dedicated person to providing information to our community. Okay, budget objectives. The 2025 budget largely in line with 2024. Decrease in salaries and corresponding with that benefits. We had a changeover in personnel, so that is why the salary is down a bit. Slight increase in professional services. Professional services category includes registration for conferences, maintenance agreements, memberships. We did increase $500. Well, actually, I should just turn to the next page so you can see the budget. $500 in membership line, as some of the memberships have increased a bit. And the memberships include Ohio Mayors Alliance, Mayors and Managers, Cuyahoga County Mayors and Managers. So just similar ones that we've been involved with over a number of years. So there again, you can see 22, 23, 24, and then the proposed for 2025. Next is community relations. Really proud of the work of our community relations development officer. They are the backbone to coordinating our community events, including concerts to the park, Friday Night Flicks, the community diversity potluck, meet the trucks, and so on. So it's great to have a person handling so many, all of our wonderful events that we host here in the Lakewood community. Also talking about social media, we've increased our presence quite a bit, which is good. We'll continue to try to reach more members of the public through social media, and also with direct resident communication through our e-newsletter that I believe started in 2022. We've had a lot of good success with getting the e-newsletter to individuals, and then the Lakewood Life that gets mailed to every resident's home. And we're also working to increase the use of the Ready Notify system, so we can continue to improve our communications to residents. And Ready Notify, it can be used with text, call, email, what have you. Some of the goals for 2025, again, continue to build on a wider audience, continue to improve attendance at city events, and increase the number of direct printed and electronic communications to our residents. And here you have the budget for community relations. And that pretty much concludes my, my budget for 2025. So I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, I'd like to open up for any discussion. Anyone? Councilwoman Strebe.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the work that you have done and the entire administration. Very impressive and lots to get through. I just had one question, and I don't have the same budget that you have here, Mayor, but I have the whole, the comprehensive budget document, and on page 10, I'm seeing expenditures. I don't know if you have that or not. And I'm looking at line G under expenditures for other.
What page?
Sorry, I'm on page 10. And I'm just always a little curious when I see other, and this is a $1.3 million other, and I'm just wondering, expenditures, it's the second group.
Yeah, so that's not under my
Right.
direct budget, so I'd have to refer to finance. So finance,
Okay.
page 10, that's under general operating.
Yeah, under the executive summary on page 10.
Yeah, that's the whole
Expenditures.
general fund. That's all general fund.
That's all general fund?
Yeah, that whole page 10 is general fund.
I see that at the top, operating ratio, general fund budget. Any further explanation of what $1.3 million might be under general there, or?
Isn't it the roll-up of other, for all the budgets?
Yeah, there's a number of items in there, including rents and leases, printing, copier usage. And that goes through all, all departments, so police, fire, everybody that's charged, public works, everybody charged to general fund.
Okay. I'm looking for that generator, Mayor. The one that we want to get over at Cove. Is that in this budget, or?
It was in 24.
I thought I heard.
That's in the 2024. We paid for that out of 2024.
Oh, that's already been paid for and taken care of.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Strebe. Other council members? Council President Keppel.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for the presentation and all the good work this year. I just want to acknowledge the very remarkable improvements in the social media and express our appreciation for Kevin and as the PIO and bringing him on. That was, I think, a very good investment for our community to be more educated about everything that's going on. So I really appreciate that, and certainly it's been helpful for us as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Marks.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor, for all that you do to keep us fiscally responsible. I have a question for you. For all the events that we schedule in the park during the summer, how much of that budget is allocated? Do we have that in the budget? Because I know I just sent an email to you and Melissa about perhaps investigating some ballet performances there. And I wasn't sure how we allocate money to do that.
Most of it is in the community relations budget. A lot of it is under professional services. So that includes, that's what community relations uses to pay the bands for the summer band concert. So most of that is within the community relations budget.
So that is where we would go for funding if we were looking to bring in some different programming? It would be through Melissa?
Yeah, that would be through community relations. Again, that would be the professional services line item. And we have, over the past few years, we've increased what we're paying some of the bands because we've noticed that was kind of needed. So we have increased that over the years. Professional services, I also believe, includes copyrights for movies in the park. We have to provide a fee for that as well, but most of that's in the community relations. And then over time, you know, for instance, there's a separate line item for 4th of July. That's usually done on, well, it's done on overtime. So that's typically, I believe, in public works side. But yeah, if you're looking to have additional bands or something, we would talk with Melissa and to see what kind of cost that was. And, you know, we'd also have to evaluate as well, you know, when would that be? Would it be on overtime? Would we need additional police? Would we need additional public works? It just all depends on what the event would be.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I'll talk with her, but thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilwoman. Remarks? Councilman Evans?
Thanks, yes, for everything you've done this year. I'll echo Councilwoman Keppel's remarks about the uptick in social. It's been great to see, and it's been, I mean, it's obvious when you're using the platforms that it's much more consistent and coherent and put together, and so it's been really great, so I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll surely make sure we pass that along. And, you know, that goes, you know, council members, we work hard to try to get information out to the public, and sometimes it'd be hard to think of what someone wants to learn or hear about. So if there's a topic or a capital work project that maybe we haven't talked about in a while, by all means, send that to Kevin so that we can, you know, promote all the good work that we're doing here at the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Baker? Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask a question or two. So maybe just could someone repeat you might have already addressed this, I think the other line in the community relations has increased a fair amount compared to 2022, as well as communications. So can we say again what those increases pay for?
So I can speak to communications. So communications, this is charges for telephone services, cell phone service, postage, and it pays for postage of the newsletters. So that's the bulk of communications. I think we did a shift from 2022, and we may have pulled that either out of my budget or another budget, but those are pretty standard expenditures.
Okay, and do we recall what other would be?
Oh,
Under community relations here, there's 23,650. So, you know, year over year, those increases are within reason, but if you compare to 2022, there's a significant increase in both lines. Communication is multiple by 7, and other is doubled.
The other it includes the printing costs.
Okay, so in other words, we've done a serious increase in the amount of mailed communications. Is that what we're talking about?
Potentially, I think there was a couple years there around COVID that we were only able to get 2 of the Lakewood Lifes out.
Okay.
And I want to say Lakewood Life is around 5,000 or 6,000 per issue, I believe, in postage. So I know we're really trying to hit the target of quarterly. So those, remember, are actual for 22 and 23. So what it looks like to me is we got 2 out in 22, 3 out in 23, 3 out in 24, and then hoping to get at least 3 out in 25. That's what it looks like.
Thank you. Yeah, so all that communication is good. Especially since a lot of the policy that we work on is public education, we're trying to get people to maintain their sidewalks or put their refuse out properly or whatever it may be, check on their neighbors. So that's all good. I think that a lot of the content, and thank you, Mayor, for the invitation to collaborate on content. A lot of the content has been about city programs, and there's been a consistent amount of communication from the mayor's office. I'd love to see council included in that so that we can talk about some of the work that we're doing to the public. I've talked a little bit with Mr. Story in your office about whether that's feasible and practicable to coordinate or not. But I think that there's a good growing capacity to do engagement with the public, and it would be wonderful if we're partnering on that.
Yeah, we
in
try to
various
do
ways.
a theme, if you will, for each edition. Sometimes it's been development focused. It's really just an informational. So if there's certain topics that you would like for us to discuss, please by all means send them
Thank
our
you.
way.
Yeah, appreciate that. Okay. Any other questions? I think we may have covered it. So thank you, Mayor, for the presentation. Next up is the City Council presentation, and that would be Council President Keppel, although I think you have designated Council Clerk Bach to be the presenter.
Yes, as
So-
with all things, Maureen is our right-hand woman, so.
So, Ms. Bach, please take it away when you have the moment.
All right. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present on the budget this year. It's been another great year with City Council, and we're just going to highlight some of the trends from 2024, the highlights, and then take a look at what's ahead in 2025. Okay, so this is just a refresher on the core functions of what we do on the administrative side of the office. I know that council members all have legislative priorities and legislative achievements. This presentation focuses more on the administrative side, so this is just a quick reminder of all the work that that we've been doing to plan and execute public meetings and shepherd legislation through the process to adoption. Some of this work is, behind the scenes and unseen, so we just wanted to take a moment to highlight it here. 2024 was a typical year workload-wise by these two metrics. And next, I'm just going to jump right in and highlight some of the ways council and staff work together this year to connect with the community. Connecting with the community is one of our most important goals year after year, and this was one of the, I think, most proud achievements of planning and executing these community conversations. We planned one in each ward. As you know, the Ward 2 one had to be canceled due to extenuating emergency circumstances, but we had full plans to go forward with one in each ward. We got a lot of, I know all of you participated in one or more of these and received a lot of positive feedback, and we're thinking about keeping this up as an annual tradition, hopefully with your all support in 2025. And just a quick snapshot of some of the other outreach that you all did and that Danielle and I helped to coordinate. So some of these are just council tradition at this point, Spooky Pooch and Welcome to Lakewood, and block clubs, of course. But some of these were new this year. Many of you hopped on your bikes and biked around the city, and we ended up moving one of our meetings to Cove. That was due to necessity, but it was also a good opportunity and one that we might continue to do on an annual basis just to show our outreach to that neighborhood. Public comment is another measure of public engagement, albeit a more passive one for council. I just wanted to show you where we were standing in 2024 compared to years previous about the amount of people who are coming into council chambers, feeling engaged to show up or to make a comment using e-comment. E-comment was instituted during the pandemic. And as you can see, it's been waning, so we really want to get the message out to people that we still have e-comment. We're going to continue to have e-comment. So please create an account and use it. Your voice is heard that way, and it goes into the minutes and is read at the meetings. That's a great feature for accommodation for people who might not be able to come to meetings due to schedule or due to some other reasons. So as you can see, 2024 was on par with 2023 for public comment. Just a reminder about Send Agenda. This is another way we reach out to the public on the regular if they sign up. There's several spots on the city website where folks can sign up to receive agendas. Agendas are sent out Friday or whenever the agenda is finally finalized, which should be Friday. And when this goes out, it hits about 700 email boxes, which has just grown year after year. People also, when they sign in, there's a spot on our sign-in sheet that says, yes, sign me up. It's easy to subscribe and it's easy to unsubscribe too. So if somebody wants to follow a hot topic for a time, they can do that. And then if they want to stop receiving these emails, they can easily just bow out. Okay, so moving on to some of the newer things from 2024. In April, we launched a new and improved public records portal. So in addition to being more user-friendly than the previous portal, this one cuts out time-wasting steps and allows council staff direct control over posting records to the portal. The new portal allows us to instantly and easily make new batches of documents available to the public. Before, we were going back and forth with a tech guy, middleman, who were always sending batches of files, verifying that he was uploading them correctly, running into file size limitations and all sorts of organizational issues that we were able to completely streamline now. So we're really happy. We've already uploaded a lot more documents to it this year, like many years of old dockets and additional years of minutes. And whenever we find ourselves ready to have those documents organized, we can just instantly plug them in and have them available as soon as we're ready instead of having to coordinate with outside vendors. And so updating the portal allowed us to facilitate updates to the council's web pages on the city website. And we think this brings a more streamlined user experience. So you can see before, if you wanted to go to find a docket, you'd be scrolling, and there'd be eventually you'd hit a limit to how many years worth of dockets would be on the website. Now we just got rid of all that, and we're directing people to the portal. That's the one-stop shop. And another example, if you're looking for a recently adopted legislation before, you'd be scrolling. There'd be emails going back and forth between us and community relations constantly about, please add these items, please take these items off. And now we don't do any of that, and we save time for ourselves and community relations and create a more streamlined experience for the public. In 2024, we were really proud to finally bring you live closed captioning on our meeting videos. So this makes us, really helps us meet our goal for ADA compatibility. This is something we've been looking at for a long time. And when we looked in the past, there was all sorts of high fees, subscription services, maintenance agreements, things like that. But advances in technology and hardware allowed this to happen. So now every time we have a council meeting, we are live streaming in two places, to the city website and to YouTube. In 2022, we got some new hardware that made that possible, but it took a while to work out the kinks, and IT was very helpful in that, and then figure out the back-end process to make this happen. Once we were able to go on YouTube, we were able to leverage their closed captioning function, which has improved greatly even in just the past few years through AI. So now we have, that's where we can direct people if they need those closed captioning. And so that is free for now, unless YouTube changes things. All right, so for 2025, I wanted to address some of the increases to preemptively answer questions. And so I'll just work from the bottom up there on the capital line item. In 2024, we budgeted $10,000 to replace council office desks. When we started working with the consultant professional, they were recommending more comprehensive updates so that included not just desks, but storage space. We also need a third workstation in the office and other more comprehensive look at the office. So we did not spend the $10,000 in 2024 and instead put that into 2025 to just do a more comprehensive update next year. Moving up, you'll see materials and supplies have increased slightly. Materials and supplies includes just general office supplies, including like giveaways that we give out at outreach tables and stuff to make our outreach table look nice. Minor amount for food for a long night of meetings. And then new this year, we added in some funds so that each council member can order Lakewood branded apparel, similar to how other departments do. And so we'll have more information to come on that. And the last circled item up there for professional services, I wanted to just show you more of what goes into professional services. Here's a listing of all the different expenses that are in there. None of these are new, and 2 of them have been removed. As you can see, thanks to the excellent work of the new public information officer, we are not paying for outside folks to do our photography. We're getting better photography than ever from Kevin, so we really appreciate that. And with the document management software, when we made all those changes to the public portal this year, it was decided with IT that they would absorb the costs going forward of that, and so we really appreciate their partnership. And memberships is one of the line items in professional, like sub-line items in professional services. So here's a list of all the memberships that we pay for out of that line item. All of these organizations host trainings, events, and conferences each year, and you're all invited and encouraged to attend. Just plan ahead and speak with me and council leadership earlier, sooner rather than later, about what you might be thinking about so we can make sure that the money is there. But we do have funds budgeted for registration, hotel, and travel, so you don't have to worry about that. And it doesn't need to be just through these organizations. There are others like National League of Cities that have conferences that we're not, even though we're not members, we can still attend. Or if it's something work-related, just speak with council leadership about that. In 2025, we're going to be doing a few changes to staffing. Danielle is going to be adding 5 hours a week to dedicate to records management, mostly of old archive records that need to be better organized so we can upload those into the portal. And so we really appreciate the added exclusive attention on that project. And then we're going to be creating more of a career ladder. So the intern position is going to be transitioned into a similar but permanent role. We've had 3 years of really excellent experiences with interns, and really that's just proven the case to us that the office functions really well as a 3-person team. And instead of going through the constant cycle of hiring and training and then saying goodbye to people, we want to bring somebody on in a more permanent role, but a similar role. And in 2025, just looking ahead, spending that $20,000 to professionalize the physical office space, grow public engagement in multiple ways, and put a focus on that records management now that we have the portal in place. And we also updated our RC2 records retention schedule at the end of this year. I feel like we have a lot of the structure in place to really see that to fruition. And finally, I just want to thank Deputy Clerk Cariglio for her outstanding teamwork and contributions to the office, and our excellent interns that we had on board this year, Corey and Devangi. So thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Bach. Council members, questions? Or maybe Council President Keppel, do you want to maybe lead us off since your management role in helping us prepare this budget?
Thank you, and thank you, Clerk Bach, for organizing this presentation, and it's been great working together again this year. You'll notice a theme like we had with some of the other departments we saw. We've done a lot of focus on efficiency through technology, as well as being more efficient with how we work with other departments. and also on communication. So that was one of, I mentioned this before, but one of, when we had our retreat at the beginning of this year, we said as one of, it was universal that everyone wanted to focus on communication, and that was, we were looking forward into a 2-year council leadership cycle. And so that was part of what that professional services item is there to make sure that we're able to do that communication as well. So I'm also happy to answer any questions about anything, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Council members? Councilwoman Strebe.
Thank you. I was at a holiday party this weekend, and one of the questions that the hostess was asking, all kinds of different things, really, like, who is a good dancer? Of course, I raised my hand for that one. Who is really good with IT? I did not raise my hand for that one. And I wanted to thank you so much for all of the support that the clerk's office offers me with helping me navigate some of this stuff. Some of it, I find some of it not so easily, and I think the efforts that you've made has made it a lot easier for me, so thank you for that. And then the one other question I wanted to ask you, 100 years ago, I worked as a director of a department in another suburban municipality. And at the end of the year, it was a use it or lose it kind of attitude. So when I look at the $10,000 not spent on office furniture and things like that, because I know that's definitely a need, I was just wondering if anybody could talk to that and how that actually rolls over into next year.
I can take that unless you want to, Maureen, or Dr. Mahoney, but, well, essentially, once we started working, as Maureen said, with the consultant, we realized, well, 2 things. One, that we had under-evaluated how much we would need for that, and then as well as we're doing this archival project that Danielle's going to be helping us with, we need increased storage for some of those public records to be retained per our records retention schedule. Some of those we can digitally retain, and some of them have to be physically retained in an appropriate space, which they're not in currently. So as we evaluate all that, we talked with the finance department that it sort of didn't make sense to do it piecemeal. You can't buy half of a table or 3/4 of shelving, so we really wanted to look at it as a holistic project. So they were kind enough to let us move that over and do it as a big project altogether.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Other council members? Councilwoman Marks?
Clerk Mark, I just want to thank you for your organization and your commitment to all of us on council. You know, whenever I've asked you a question or asked for information, you are so readily available and eager to help. I just appreciate that so much. And I do have to tell you that every time I walk into your council office, I am just amazed at how neat it is and that there are no piles. Quite a difference from what I've seen in the past. So thank you for your commitment to council and your organization. We're so lucky to have you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Evans?
Yeah, thanks, Clerk Bach. As a new member of council, your experience and help has been invaluable in getting me on my feet and learning the ropes. So thanks so much for that. And the reorganization of the website, the portal, to be able to search is such a great user experience upgrade. So thanks for all your work on that.
Thank you, Councilman. Other council members? Mr. Baker?
Yeah, nothing critical of the budget numbers, just echoing appreciation for Clerk Bach and council staff, Danielle and Devanji, and Corey, who I don't often lay plaudits up on St. Ed's grads, but he was great. But I and also it's not in here, but I think, you know, Danielle was recently obtained a certification, you know, that I think reflects Maureen obtained a certification from a third-party agency about, you know, excellence in council clerk work. So I feel like that should have been in this budget document, and Maureen probably didn't put in there because she didn't want to have it in there. But we all certainly appreciate it, so thank you.
Yes, that's a good reminder. And I'll add my thanks to Danielle, Devangi, Maureen. Thank you for all your hard work. And also, I imagine it's sometimes a little bit of a juggling act when you've got 7 council members to work with. The council president and vice president are the management leads, but we all, put demands upon your time, and we appreciate your professionalism, your patience, and then the continuous improvement year over year that has been demonstrated. I do think it's been, there's been a marked, thoughtfulness and growth since, I don't know, the last 10 years or so, and we keep getting better. I guess I do have one question, if we could go to the budget slide. Okay, and I apologize, I'm probably going to make you ask a question that involves repeating, but the professional services, do those include any communications capacity for council and what's envisioned? Maybe that's a Council President Keppel question.
Yeah, and that's exactly, it's not necessarily exclusively that, there's some other things in there, but that was one of the main reasons why it's jumped up, is because that was one of the universal priorities that we set earlier this year at the retreat. And so that's putting money in place for us to do direct communication, potentially mailer or other types. And I think we'll be digging into that some more too. And I envision a retreat in early 2025 as well.
Superb. So that's leadership initiatives on this slide here.
Correct.
Which could be that and or other things, but to be determined. Okay, thank you. And I think that probably covers it. I guess I'll also add, I know in the pending salaries, and there's a pending salaries ordinance that we'll talk about in a bit. Is it in committee here? Or is it may be on the full docket. But I know that there's some thought put to creating a career pathway for our staff professionals, and I think that's called for, of course, so that we, we're doing what I think the administration has properly been thoughtful about, which is investing in our talent, providing training opportunities, and compensating people well. So that's a good part of our component of our budget. Okay. Any final questions on the council budget presentation? All right, hearing none, thank you, Ms. Spock, and we can move to the next agenda item. Go ahead, Councilman Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just asking, I know there was some confusion about a page in the budget book or a line. Do we need to do anything in committee to address that on the council salary side?
I think we do not, given the fact that what, for council members, there was some comparison of notes informally today to make sure that the pending substitute ordinance had the proper amounts in it throughout the budget and including for the city council budget. But I think we've now got a proposed substitute that we're about to turn to that accurately reflects. Does that answer the question? Okay, great. So now let's turn to substitutions and finalizations. Before getting into the technical, I did want to ask, I'm looking around in my emails now. I don't think we have do we have the 2024 year-end appropriation substitute? I'm looking around. I've got, I believe, the 2025 proposed substitute. But can the finance team direct us to the 2024?
Yeah, it was sent earlier today
Okay, from
Jessica.
let me look. Jessica, I know we got a number of.
Oh, 1223.
Pardon me. Oh, you're saying, Keith, you're saying 12:23 p.m. was the email. That will help. Let me find that. Can you say that again, Granicus? Okay. One One moment, please, everybody. Okay, I do see. Okay, so firstly, a couple thoughts before diving into the substitutes and just a big picture. I thank you, everybody, for your collaboration on City Council. Thank you for the work of the administration on all the Q&A, all the preparation. There's a lot that we cover in a short amount of time. We stuck to a relatively compact schedule this year, and I think it worked okay. We got a lot covered. There is a living document that there's been quite a number of answers to, populated to, although I don't think it's all complete just yet. When I was checking over the weekend, we've got more to do, but that's okay. We can keep working on that.
As of the end of business today, it's almost all complete.
Almost all complete. Okay, so I'll have to, I read that document over the weekend, and I want to invite council members to read it as well. Some of the Q&A is, straight factual. Some of it's evaluation. I want to call out in particular strong responses from Director Dillinger. I thought she provided a lot of thoughtful context for questions such as how do we evaluate the wellness program? What's the ROI? What's the participation rate? Those are not easy and straightforward questions, but she put some thoughtful responses there. Also, Mr. Wyman, in the community development portion of the budget, I thought also provided a lot of thoughtful answers. And in particular, provided some context for the community development budgets and utilization, meaning we have some funds, we have some applicants to those funds, but there are trend lines over the years. And there was some useful insights into what he reported, which is that because of the rising property values and the federal income limits, we're seeing a decrease in the number of eligible property owners who have been able to use it in the last 4 or 5 years. So that's useful and important information. So that's an example, I think, of why and how, of why I'm particularly interested in probing and delving and deepening our understanding. And I think, as we continue this dialogue, we'll learn that much more. Okay, so that is available to us, and I guess I would ask the council clerk, perhaps we would include that document, the council process questions, in either the minutes, or perhaps if it's more appropriate, we could put that on a January docket as a communication to the public. We can think about that, but the intent is for that to be a public document that everybody can see. So thank you for that. Secondly, I did some work to analyze the council budget priorities and the funding levels there, and Director Mahoney was helpful in pulling together answers to the current status of the funds as they exist or don't exist in response. And there's quite a number of them that are funded, and I certainly appreciate that. Not all of them are, and that's an ongoing policy discussion, I think, for us in concert with the administration to evaluate what we want funded and to what levels we want them funded. I've got some proposed amendments to the budget to fund 4 missing priorities, and I've crafted that in the interest of working more efficiently. I think what we'll do is, or more effectively, I should say, is hold that till January in the form of an ordinance as a standalone proposal to propose the 4 missing items from council budget priorities that were supported by at least 2 council members are mature tree preservation and maintenance, community block club support and coordination. That's also another way of saying neighborhood community-based storm response or storm communication. The smart locks in public restrooms, especially in parks. I know that there's some discussions by the Public Works team in pursuit of that, but we don't have that in hand, and I'm not clear that we have a firm commitment that we are doing that and that we've got the financial capacity to do that. And then the final one is active transportation plan implementation, intersection safety, and all of the various measures called for in the active transportation plan. I do see that there's, in the capital budget, a $35,000 allocation for bikeway signage. That's appreciated. Arguably, we need more budgeted so that as needs are identified, and they really have already been identified in the active transportation plan, we're making good on implementing that plan, as we have begun to do budgetarily for the ADA compliance plan. So I put some, Director Vargo, you'll love, I put my pen to paper to create an amendment. But rather than try to propose that right now, because it'd be a lengthy discussion, I think what I'd like to do is work with my colleagues and come in January with a form of that, and we can talk a little bit further about it. All of those things would be to say council, if council were to support such a proposal, it would simply create financial capacity for those named needs. It would authorize and direct the administration to work on those 4 needs. Of course, when we're talking about budget, we're typically saying amounts budgeted not to exceed amount for purpose specified. In reality, a lot of times, the actual outlay is lower than the not to exceed amount. All of that would be true in what I envision proposing here. I don't know if that's clearly explained by me. I hope that was. So, and by the way, I think the amounts could be quite affordable. We're talking in the hundreds of thousands, something like $300,000, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, in the context of our budget. I think that's A, affordable, and B, justifiable, but for future deliberation. So now let's turn to the substitutes before us, unless there's any council discussion of what I just discussed. Councilwoman Strebe.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Chair Bullock, for putting all this together. This is a lot of work, and I greatly appreciate it. And not to slight the mayor or the administration with any of these ideas. In fact, I think some of them would probably get worked on somewhere eventually, but just to say, like specifically like the block clubs. I can remember meeting with block club members from across the city and just sharing ideas with each other and thinking, oh, that's a great idea. Maybe we can do that on Baxterly, or wow, you guys are pulling kids on a sleigh. We're definitely not doing that on Baxterly, or just all the sharing that went on and the communication there. And I think that was very good. So I wanted to thank you. This is excellent. Very good.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Others? Anybody?
If
So,
I may, Councilman, just real quick on
absolutely,
the
yes.
block clubs. Just a quick thought, and this is something to kind of talk over for next year. The challenge I think we've always had with block clubs is at this day and age with technology, it's hard to identify something that we would be sharing with just not block clubs and not the entire public, because everyone's so accessible with email and social media. We used to have a block club newsletter, but once we started doing the community newsletter, we couldn't figure out, what are you going to tell a block club captain that you're just not going to tell to the entire community? But I know it's a passion, and I think it's a great opportunity for you on council to maybe, if that's your passion, to start, developing from there some sort of communication plan. It's just, for us, we struggle with, well, if we're going to talk to some group of people, why wouldn't we just tell everybody, what's going on? So I think that's part of the challenge with the block clubs. I think they're important. It's just, I can't find something I wouldn't tell everybody else. So just food for thought.
Thank you. Fair enough. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councilwoman Strebe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the one spot that I think that the administration maybe could help more, and I appreciate the sharing of information with everybody, was 2013 when we had no block captain on Baxterly Avenue. There was a gentleman, and I'm going to forget his name, that went door to door with a little hanger that said, hey, if you want to be the block captain on Baxterly, all you have to do is forward emails from the city to all your neighbors. So if you could go around and collect the emails from your street, we can share more information. And I was like, well, I can do that. I can ask everybody for, but to have one person from the city that would, be able to share those emails, so it's definitely something maybe to look at together. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we'll have to speak quickly to stay on schedule here. So if I can just kind of guide us quickly through. For the substitute ordinances, could we briefly have a summation by Jessica Eddy or the appropriate person on the end of year 2024 ordinances? Can you give us the high points on the changes? Is it all throughout, or is it certain key funds for the end of year 2024 appropriations? And council members, we do have exhibits A and B, which list the macro fund numbers and then the breakouts in exhibit B.
Mr. Chairman, as far as the 2024 final appropriations go, a lot of the general fund change of a little over $5 million. Remember, we have transfers that we're increasing. We also have advances that we have to do to certain funds. So that's in excess of $3 million right there. We also have some additional appropriations in information technology, because remember, we're funding next year's capital for information technology. The rest of the changes are pretty minor. One I'll mention is the forestry department. They're going up $74,000. That actually represents the overtime from the August storm. So we had to pick a department for where we wanted to encapsulate all those costs. So we've done that there. The remainder of the funds are really cleanup funds. Certain things like community development block grant, the home fund, those are reductions because we're never going to use those funds this year. And statutorily, the finance department has to 5705, and I can't remember what the rest of the code is, but we can't have appropriations in excess of current revenues and fund balance. If we do, I'd have to increase the transfers or the advances another $2 million. So we adjust those appropriations every year, and you see that on the sheet. We also decreased the ARP fund by $3 million, and a lot of that is due to really we're spending a lot of money on these water and sewer projects in the fourth quarter. So we're spending the money, we're getting these projects done, so we didn't need all those appropriations. The only other one I'll mention is the hospital fund, and we have 2 weeks worth of claims, so I want to make sure we have enough appropriation in there to pay the claims.
Thank you. Okay, and so council members, I'd like to say in budgeting, there's the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future. Budgets are the future, audits are the past, actuals is the present. So we get monthly fund updates from Jessica Eddy. Those are the present. And this substitute is reconciling the 2024 actuals versus what we had predicted 12 months ago, more or less. Some of those are administrative, as Mr. Schuster just explained. Some are discretionary budget decisions. I support what he's proposed without getting into the detail. I do have one question, though. If this proposed substitute were to be adopted, what does that do to the projected general fund balance at the beginning of 2025. I'm looking in the budget book, it's 10.69 million. So what would be the starting line?
Mr. Chairman, it really doesn't adjust the fund balance or the cash balance. These are basically the spending levels for 2024 that we're adjusting. So we had appropriations, a certain point, but it's really not going to adjust the cash balance as of the end of the year.
Okay, but it could, but you're saying these proposed levels don't do that? Because, for example, we're in the transfer in advance ordinance proposing to allocate $400,000 to Winterhurst, and there's capital in a list of other purposes totaling about $2 million. If that number wasn't $2 million but $10 million, that would affect the general fund, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what we're saying is the levels in the proposed substitute keep the fund balance at the same 10.69 million?
That's correct,
Okay,
Mr.
all
Chairman.
right, that answers my question. I'm just trying to not get confused between the documents. Council members, other questions? Okay, what that also, I think, says is the city has done a good job of underspending and/or revenues came in higher than projected, so that we have some additional funds at the end of the year to make strategic use of in the manner proposed. Okay. So I'd like to move that we substitute ordinance 2024-25 with the the substitute exhibits A and B provided to council members by Jessica Eddy by email today at 12:23 p.m.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point, it would be ordinance 25, 2024 is a substitute for the 2024 appropriations.
Okay. I have that on the list. Okay, so I'd move to substitute ordinance 25-2024 with the new substitute exhibits A and B provided to council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Second, I'd like to entertain the same discussion for the substitute exhibits for ordinance 27-2024, the permanent appropriations ordinance for 2025 for exhibits A and B as provided to council by Jessica Eddy in email today. And I'm gonna, I think it is at 2:30 p.m. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second, okay. Motion been made and seconded. Discussion. Could the administration please briefly outline the changes?
Mr. Chairman, again, thank you to you and Council President Keppel for notifying us of one of the issues with the original substitution. But the only change from the original budget is the ARP, Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, our ARPA money. And we had to reduce that because we've spent so many dollars in the fourth quarter, we can't appropriate more dollars than we have cash to spend. So that's why we've reduced that amount from, I believe, 10 million or 9 million to 6.7 million. All the other funds, all the other numbers remain the same as were initially proposed when you received the budget on November 15th.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. I'd like to actually also move to amend Exhibit B of the substitute in the land acquisition fund on page 9. There's the land acquisition fund, $1 million. I'd like to amend that to read $0. I'd be happy to explain my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? The discussion is, I had a dialogue with the Finance Department. There's no anticipated land acquisition that we have in mind. Therefore, it's not necessary to appropriate those $1 million out of $1,001,000 approximate in that fund. Let me find the land acquisition fund currently has $1,001,777. If we appropriate $1 million, we'll be left with $1,777. Rather than just by a matter of course appropriating this, I think what we should be doing is only appropriating when there's a known and identified need, especially if the amount is so large. Administration can always propose that appropriation to council in 2025 if it's needed. So that's the explanation for my motion. Any discussion? Administration, we didn't have a chance to communicate about this motion in particular, but welcome your response or thoughts.
Yeah, the only response I have is that historically we have appropriated funding so that, and council is well aware before an acquisition would take place, just for the administrative, ease, that if there was an opportunity to do a land purchase, that the funding would already be there.
Understood. Yeah, thank you, Director Mahoney. I think in the spirit of collegiality, I think council has demonstrated the ability to work quickly when there's an emergency need. So I'm confident we would do so again in the future as needed. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, so that brings us to reporting out council, out of committee rather, the proposed budget ordinances which are on this list as a handy reference. I think all council members have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 ordinances. So what I'd like to do for the interest of time is call roll call committee votes on the 2 substitute ordinances and then do an en bloc motion for the rest. So I'd like to move that we report favorably to the full council ordinance, substitute ordinance 25-2024.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Then I'd like to move that we report favorably to the full council substitute ordinance 27-2024.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. And then I'm looking at our clerk and law director. There should be no parliamentary reason I can't just do an en bloc motion to say I'd like to move. Sorry.
Just name them all.
Okay. I'd like to move that the Finance Committee report out favorably the following list of pending proposed budget ordinances for the 2025 budget. That is ordinance 26-2024, 28-2024, 29-2024, 30-2024, 31-2024, 32-2024, 33-2024, 34-2024, 35-2024, 36-2024, and 37-2024.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. That concludes the business of the Finance Committee meeting and the deliberation of the 2025 budget. Thank you very much, council members and members of the administration. We are adjourned without objection.
We're going to take 2 minutes to come back for committee of the whole, and hopefully we can go straight from committee of the whole to full council. So do what you need to do now. All right, so we ran a little over in finance. I want to get going with committee of the whole, so we'll call committee of the whole to order. First, I'll move to approve the minutes of the December 2nd meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. And that motion passes. So we have 3 items on the agenda today. Ordinance 2024, 2021, 2024, and 22, 2024, all related to the downtown development. So our penultimate meeting here on this topic, most likely. So I will, what I'm thinking tonight is we've had quite a few meetings on this topic. We've been over all these items quite a bit. This is our last chance to get any further information, have any questions answered, and share anything we'd like to share with the public before full council tonight. So with that said, Dr. Byington and I talked about just having a few high-level overview slides, and then we can see where we are in terms of council questions, whether or not we need to go into executive session. So, Dr. Byington.
Thank you, members of council. As Madam President just stated, there's 3 items before you today: the final plan development, the development agreement, and the school compensation agreement. First is the final development plan. This slide represents the existing parcels with their associated zoning of commercial, retail, and residential. Combined acreage of all the parcels is 5.7 acres. As you're aware, this plan has been approved by Planning Commission and ABR, and there has been much opportunity for public input, which I will say Casto has taken and incorporated very well into their final plan. The site summary is listed on the slide, so I will not go into detail, but will reiterate that this is a mixed-use development, which will provide much-needed housing in Lakewood, provide new retail opportunity, public and private parking, and provide shared community space. You've all seen these renderings. They include the Curtis Block renovation into first-floor commercial space and 5 apartments on the second floor, the public plaza, the parking garage, and various apartments. All the planned development requirements have been completed at this time. The second piece of legislation is the development agreement. The key terms are listed on this slide, which include that 20% of the apartments must be affordable per the guidelines of Lakewood CRA number 1, public access to be retained for the plaza and parks and for pedestrian and vehicular access by way of easements on a recorded plat, and a forthcoming declaration that the developer will work with the city's Public Art Advisory Board to identify and implement or financially support opportunities for public art, best commercial efforts towards sustainability, as well as MBE, DBA, et cetera, participation, commercially reasonable efforts to utilize prevailing wage, providing a minimum of at least 100 parking spaces for the public, construction benchmarks and utilization of a 15-year residential CRA, a non-school TIF on the multifamily portion, an 85% TIF on the commercial, and 100% TIF on the parking garage, as well as a city loan for the parking garage. Assistant Director Boss will now walk through the timeline as it's described in the development agreement.
So, Madam President, members of council, this is my new updated timeline looking forward. This goes straight out of the development agreement, rather simplified version of really 2 main portions there. So section 15, and that's pages 9 and 10 of the development agreement that talks about the conveyance of the development site. So what you have kind of working top to bottom, left to right, from the yellow diamond there would be the execution of the development agreement, then launches into the a period of 3 months of due diligence for the review of the site. That's under the first paragraph. That 3 months is also, at the option of the administration and developer, there is a potential to extend that by 3 months if there's appropriate reasons for that. So I think it's probably hard to see on the slide, but I put a little bit lighter shade after that, the first blue diamond. But the intention is to finish that due diligence in 3 months, and then that goes into the following 4 months there, which is into the second paragraph through kind of the third paragraph for the satisfaction of all of the conditions. There's 6 conditions that are listed there. You have 4 months basically to after the expiration of the due diligence period to make sure that those conditions are satisfied that are listed in the development agreement. And that leads to the basically the conveyance of the development site. With the intention, obviously, in that time frame, the conveyance would happen before construction starts. And that's the second section there from the bold line down in the green under section 18 of the development agreement. And that is on page 12, the construction of the project. And so there are 3 hard dates that are listed in that section. The first 2 have to do with the dates applying for permits. And so you have March 15th of 2025. That is the date the developer shall apply for all building permits with respect to the commercial and retail component, including the Curtis block. That's building A. And then the second date there is June 1st, and that is the developer shall apply for all necessary building permits for all buildings. So it's kind of that initial period there between March and June. The shaded green underneath that and kind of the arrows kind of move through there. That's the construction document review that happens between our Department of Building and Housing, Fire, Engineering, Public Works, do all of their layered reviews that are in there for the associated permits that then contribute to that third and final date under that section 18, August 30th of 2025. Provided that permits are timely issued, developer will commence construction of the project. And then you have the next section within 40 months after the issuance of the city of required construction permits. And that kind of carries out all the way. You can see, not that it's going to take 48 total months, but that is the timeline that's outlined per the development agreement that we have right now. And so just wanted to show that in kind of that timeline graphic format that everyone's kind of familiar with to state, so you can see that it is that time frame through 2025 is going to move very fast. And that's the intention, is to get them moving with due diligence to transfer the conveyance of the site, permitting, review, and then into construction by August. So.
Thank you. And then the last item is the school compensation agreement, which the city worked closely with the school to draft this agreement, as both parties understand the benefits to the city and the schools with the new families, retail, and community space that will provide a boost to our downtown. Further, this site has not produced real estate tax in decades, and the project will create new revenue for both the city and the school. The key terms in the agreement include sharing 50-50 the income tax generated during the construction period. Number 2, for the multifamily, a provision for a 15-year CRA, which is authorized by right through the city's CRA number 1, as well as a 30-year non-school TIF on the apartments, which means after the CRA expires, the schools will be paid an annual service payment equal to 100% of what they would otherwise have received if there were not a TIF. Number 3, for the commercial component, a 30-year 85% TIF, which means the school will receive through annual service payments 15% of what they would have received in property taxes for 30 years. And number 4, for the parking garage, a 30-year 100% TIF. Number 5, all 3 parties would equally split any excess revenue generated by the TIF. Number 6, the school will collect on any new voted levies outside of the term of the CRA on the multifamily component. And number 7, 50% share on all permanent income tax generated for 30 years. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Assistant Boss or myself, but we also have Colby Turnock from Casto here, Ken Kalinchuk from PMC, and Rob McCarthy from Bricker Graydon, present as well, all experts in different areas. So they're here to answer questions as well.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation, as well as just really an incredible amount of work. It's been a long time coming, but these last few months have just been drinking from a fire hose, and we appreciate all the work you guys have put in on this, and the administration also as well. So, council members, questions. Councilman Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. It's been a long road to this point. A lot of work. I want to acknowledge that. Just wanted to briefly touch on the only cash the city is putting into this deal is the loan, correct? Is the only cash that the city is putting into this deal is the loan, correct? Okay. Can we go over real quick the terms of that loan? Because I think it's changed a little bit since we saw it in executive, or at least I'd missed the last executive session, so maybe it was discussed then, but would like to just hear about that a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, it's a $5 million loan. The first 3 years, I'm forgetting now, are interest-only payments, 30-year amortization, but to be paid over 10 years.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilman Strebe.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you to everyone that's been involved in this extensive project. I did get a question from a neighbor about the Curtis Block priority, and I'm wondering, at one point, and I can't even remember how long ago it was, the plan was to work from the south to the north, and then at another point, I heard that we were going to now work from the north to the south. I wonder if you could talk about that and where the Curtis Block priority fits into that plan. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'll start off, and then I will kick it over to Colby here. But yeah, they are moving north to south, and he can go into some more detail for you in regard to the priority on the Curtis Block.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you all for your time. We have been operating under kind of the north to south sequencing for some time now, so we would envision building 1 in the Curtis Block in the garage to be kind of the first sequence of buildings to come online, along with the plaza.
And when you say that, I also thought at one point I saw that there was a different time frame to complete buildings 1 in the garage as well as the Curtis Block. Are we thinking that the Curtis Block will get done sooner as the other 2 are going up?
We're still working out kind of the fine details of the schedule. It probably, depending on tenant needs, we don't know that yet of what the tenancy is going to be in the Curtis Block, you know, and the interaction with the plaza and certain access points for the garage. It, on the surface, makes sense to open them all simultaneously, but that's not to say if there were different desires or demands that we couldn't try to figure out another way to open it prior to. But with the proximity to everything else going on in the plaza and building 1, there's going to be a lot of activity. So the cleanest way would probably be to open it all at once or deliver it all at once.
Thank you. And that's because they're so integrated into one another, right? It's not just the Curtis Block being reconstructed as it is. There's some modifications. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And there's that new pedestrian alley between building 1 and the Curtis Block. There's the pedestrian corridor through building 1 to the garage. So there's a lot of interacting pieces and components that would be beneficial if they were ready for the Curtis Block.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Other colleagues? Questions, comments? Do we have anyone signed in to speak to the public? And if not now, there's also be opportunity in the full council meeting. No. Okay. All right. Councilman Bullock.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I do have one more question on the sequencing. I appreciate Councilwoman Strebeck's line of questioning. So whether it's for Director Byington or Colby, thank you for being here, by the way, again. And in your perfect crystal ball, which we will hold you to exactly for all time, the first 3 phases, the first 3 buildings you just named, the parking garage, building 1, and the Curtis Block, is the first phase, which means the first year, and then what comes in the second and third phase. And then close on the heels of that is, can you refresh our memories about the for sale townhome component when that gets, if all were to be adopted and the plan were to proceed as hoped for and envisioned by you, would you, can you refresh our memories of the timeline and how the for sale townhomes would happen, whether early or late or something else?
Sure.
Thanks.
Good question, and it's fresh on our mind because we just went through an exercise with our contractor on kind of the sequencing effort. The garage will come online first. Building 1 is probably a 20-month time frame, and then the Curtis Block can fit into that as needed. What we have been trying to do is to move building 3 and 4 up in the schedule, so there isn't such a long delay. There's certain inherent risks with delaying the start of especially building 4 from a buyout standpoint. But the challenge is how do you get all the materials there? How do you get all of the workers there? How do you sequence it through without it getting yourself in your own way? So right now, I think we have it kind of in that schedule that Dave showed. We've condensed it down quite a bit from that. That's under a lot of assumptions and winter conditions and permitting, et cetera. But the townhomes, we're going to need every inch of that site for laydown area and storage, so that they will come online last. So, you know, I think you'll see that at the tail end of the project. But there's going to be a certain point in time when our large material deliveries and large space needs will go away on building 4, and then those could probably already be in the process of coming before you got for approval and design approval. And then probably, I'd say, I don't know what the percentage of completion of building 4 is, that those could start. But all the site work and everything associated would be complete. So it would just be the vertical aspect of the townhomes.
Thank you. And to clarify, the townhome portion of the property is not envisioned to be included in the various tax financing measures proposed, as I understand it. So how do we think of that? That at some point when logistically you're able to carve off that portion, you would, I think, would you come back before the city and say, we'd like to do a lot split, and then it's a private for sale transaction between you and whomever the buyer would be?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And they would have to come for design review and go through the necessary.
Okay. And so that'll just be a different project that begins at the end of your, or towards the end of your construction?
Yeah, I would envision when building 4 starts, those are probably coming in for design approval.
Okay, I see.
And kind of to start that process, and then they'd have to go through all the required permitting, et cetera, and then follow on the heels of building 4.
And when you said 20 months after construction for building 1 and the others, that's 20 months from August 30, 2025. So that means we can calculate that out.
Correct. And I think a lot of this, and in fact, we've been working with Dave on setting up kind of a coordination meeting and understanding permitting requirements. So a lot of that depends on what we call the horizontal work, which would be the site work. Obviously, we like to take advantage of spring and summer conditions to knock that out. So that there is a little bit of movement on that schedule, depending on when we have the ability to get on site. But
I'm tongue in cheek when I say hold you to it, because you understand.
Yeah. But I think in general, a podium type building is an 18 to 20 month schedule, like building 1. But at some point, when we are vertically and complete and topped out, and we are just working on the interior of building 1, we'll start coming vertical on building 3, and then similar with building 4. So there's always going to be kind of a progression and activity on the site. It's not like we'll finish those 3 buildings and then wait till they're open and then start building 3.
And
Could
so
we
the
get
end
the
of
timeline? Sorry to interrupt you, but just I thought it might be helpful to have the timeline. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to wrap up. So the end of the 20 months means ribbon cutting on those buildings that are completed at that point, and you're actually, you may have started leasing and people are moving in. That's how we think about it?
Yep.
Okay, so real neighbors. And then the last thing I'm glad to hear if this is feasible, that the public plaza, which isn't really public, but the public-facing plaza would be also open in the early phase.
Correct.
Okay, so you could cut the ribbon on building 1 and the Curtis Block and the public plaza and really roll out the welcome mat to the community and our new neighbors.
Correct. It really would just be kind of the Marlowe frontage, and then the back, the southern third of the site that would still be under construction. Okay. So we're working with our contractor now on how we appropriately segregate those so that there's not any interaction with pedestrian traffic and construction traffic, et cetera.
Thanks. That answers my question. I'll just compliment you and your colleagues on what John Madden would call your stick-to-itiveness. There's been a lot throughout, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any further questions? Wow, okay. All right. You're getting, I think we've been through this a few times, but we appreciate everyone's that stick-to-itiveness. This has been, a long process, but, as I've kept saying to people when they ask, like, we want to get it, it's better to get it right than get it fast, right? So we looking forward to having this progress in our community. We appreciate all the community input on it, that we have ended up with something. We put a lot of pressure on this site to try to meet a lot of objectives simultaneously, and work together on that. So I really appreciate everyone who's contributed to that, members of the public, the administration, our consultants, our partners with development, the members of council, to bring this forward. So with that, I will make sure I have the right ones. I will move to refer ordinance 2024 favorably to full council.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just, it's hard for me to keep quiet, but I have to. So I work for a property tax funded organization in Cleveland Metro Parks. And since this project involves TIF funds that relate to Cleveland Metro Parks, I have to abstain. So I'm just stating that so everyone's aware.
Right, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions? All right, and then I will move to refer ordinance 21, 2024 favorably back to full council.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions? That's okay. And then I'll move to refer ordinance 22, 2024 favorably out of committee back to full council.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion?
One quick question.
Councilman Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have the schools approved this yet, or will it
I
happen
believe
tonight?
they are it's on the docket tonight.
Their meeting's the same time as ours, 7:30?
Correct.
Excellent, thank you.
And actually, that's a good point. I believe when we discussed this before, it didn't matter which organization passed first. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ultimately, we just both have to do it. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions? All right. That is all the business before Committee of the Whole, so we are adjourned. And we'll be back for full council, 7:30.
Madam President said we weren't going to take a break, so we're like, break this thing quickly.
Yeah, the idea is that they could be stronger and more creative.
Okay, well, I'm just saying they could change their mind, friends. Yeah. Yeah, I met you at the poll. Yeah. Downtown. At the Board of Elections. Yeah. You know Donald Walker Brown? Right. That's why I met you. I know your place. We did early voting. Yeah, I was down there. I was working for Donald Walker Brown. She's a Republican. She was running for state rep against Poacher. Well, I have a problem with state. A friend of mine, she's a homeless. Her son got arrested. But I don't think that's the whole issue. They both, it was two people fighting. So her issue is why they arrest her son. Very good. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it was, like, okay, so we get it. They was in a fight. We get that. But why was she like, why was arrested? But then I told her be limited in what she said because he has pending charges. And you don't want something to be said. Right. The only thing you talk about is the fight. That's it. Don't talk about the details. Okay, so you're gonna be like Cleveland was. Cleveland did that too. Yeah. What time is your meeting usually over?
It can go to 9:30 to be a 2-hour meeting.
Okay. Sure.
I don't know, a lot of folks here that are back here.
I just got a case. Yeah. I just have it back in September. Yeah, I got it. Oh, you. He hit one leg, died, and he left the scene. He hit somebody else, but they didn't die. Stop that. Well, Cleveland needs a lot. They need a lot of help with grease, with safety. You know, we have a tradition now all over the place. The first 2 years was tough. Well, we got rid of them. Now we're getting some new people, the structure. You know. Yeah, they got some issues. But I believe the issues can be corrected. This is the problem with this. They gotta follow the policies. Just follow them. Just follow the policies. When you follow the policies, yes it does. Lakewood, I haven't had a problem
depending on how things roll out. Yeah, well, you know, the walk signals there are always been, I mean, they've always been an issue. In this track, what that means is that they don't. There's a couple houses like that intersection they have to actually. Oh, it's a big one. Which is that shouldn't be the case. If I was walking, I mean, if there's a green light, flash. I mean, you should have a pedestrian perimeter. You should always, but it shouldn't be required to do it. The presence of a big bus. Yes. Yes. It really, it's kind of like one of those hidden signals that yeah. And it's, I mean, yes, they should exist too. Down. Yeah. Really. Some of ours do. Some of the lights do. I mean, it should be universal. And that intersections especially because you can't see the traffic lights from there. You can't see any of the traffic lights from across the road. So you don't know where like the only information we have it's still not that itself. Yeah, it's all I don't know they wanted to fire Thanks for coming. My sister. She's like, oh, I didn't want to go out. Yeah, I'm like, she's like, why do I go out?
Where you at? Okay, come on up. You can get on the elevator. Oh, Tristan. Do you know who Tom Bowler is? And Tristan. Yes. Okay, I'm in. here getting on about the police shoes. Police taking for we take no, y'all wrong. Okay, keep doing that. This has got killed down there. All the time.
All right, we'll call to order the December 16th meeting of City Council. If you're able, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. It's our custom to begin our meeting with a moment of silence. Tonight, I just want us all, I think we need to take a moment to remember this past Wednesday night, our Lakewood community member, Bill Saffos, was taken from us in an incident. Because it is an ongoing police investigation, we won't speak to the particulars of the case, but we do want to acknowledge Mr. Saffos, who is an Orchard Grove resident and former Channel 19 reporter, and lift up his family, friends, and neighbors, and some of whom are here tonight. So we'll pause for that moment of silence. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Baker?
Here.
Bullock?
Here.
Evans?
Here.
Keppel?
Here.
Marks? Here. Rader?
Here.
Strebig?
Here.
Then, without objection, I'd like to take some public comment at this time. I think there's some folks who'd like to speak to us about that incident, and I don't want them to have to wait through a very lengthy docket to do so. So out of respect for that, I think we're going to the public comment sheet. If anyone else would like to speak who hasn't signed in yet, you can do so. Probably in the folder. All right, so I'm going to take ones that have marked bicycle pedestrian safety. If I miss someone who wanted to speak on this topic, you can afterwards and we'll bring you up. All right, so the first one on this topic is Tom Benko. If you want to approach the microphone, you'll have up to 5 minutes. Please address the chair and keep your remarks courteous. Thank you.
Tom Benko, and live on Lauderdale. I just want to say, I know Lakewood is very bicycle and pedestrian friendly, and because of that, a lot of people, more people all the time are riding and walking, and I just think we need to make considerably more improvements because of the number of people now. So that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. All right, next up, Rebecca Miller.
Wait, which one? Okay, I was going to say, that's a little far in. Hi, my name is Dr. Rebecca Miller. I'm a mental health clinician. I am also a governor-appointed member of the regulatory board for my profession. So I just say that to say that I believe very much in the process, in the civic process, because I'm part of that in what I do. But I'm here because I'm just speaking as a mom and a concerned citizen. And also as somebody who moved here 5 years ago and a year after my husband, who's sitting over there, was hit while he was riding his bicycle on Madison Avenue. So this is personal. But also last Wednesday evening, I was on my way to bring my son to what I consider the best of Lakewood, which was the 7th grade band concert. And then I was met with what I consider to be kind of the worst of Lakewood, or some of the tough aspects of Lakewood. Preparing to turn left on Orchard Grove, I witnessed something that I hope nobody ever has to witness. It has impacted me a great deal to really take a closer look at the safety of, in addition to what happened previously as well with my spouse, just the safety of our pedestrians, of our cyclists, really of everyone who uses the roads, our drivers as well, right? Who we all know are increasingly distracted when they drive, and that's a reality, and that's not going away. So I guess I just have that comment, and then just a question. If we believe that we're an inclusive community, and I believe that we are, then what can we do to make that intersection safer and all of our roads safer for the most vulnerable of our citizens? I regularly watch kids in my neighborhood, because I walk my dog there all the time, like trying to negotiate that intersection with cars and stopping in the middle of the road to let cars go before them. And I just think there's something more we can do. So I'm just here to say that I want to be part of helping that process. I want to be part of helping this. So, and I thank you for all the work you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lucinda Cave.
Hello, I'm Lucinda Cave, and I moved to Lakewood 3 years ago. And one of the many reasons was that I found it to be more bike-friendly than the community that I had previously lived in. I bike a lot. I try to bike every day. I'm still sopping wet from coming here right now. But I know that when you have a long, straight road, it encourages drivers to speed. And things can be done to slow those drivers, perhaps distracted drivers, down so that people who walk or bike or are in wheelchairs or choose to get from one point to another point in a more active or a different way than a car can cross intersections like the one on Madison safely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Emily Lindberg.
I just wanted to say that what happened to Bill Saffos on Wednesday was not an accident, because an accident is an incident that happens unexpectedly or by chance without a deliberate cause. The dangers of the intersection where Bill Saffos was killed were discussed repeatedly during the city's active transportation stakeholder meetings, which began in 2022. And I know this because I was a part of these meetings. And I spoke about this specific intersection at length at these meetings. Not long after City Council adopted the active transportation plan in April of this year, construction on Hilliard was completed. Unfortunately, none of the recommendations that were made in the active transportation plan to improve pedestrian safety at this intersection were ever implemented. And now our neighbor is dead as a result. Buying a vehicle that weighs 6,000 pounds was a deliberate decision made by the driver who struck Bill Santos. It was not by chance that this vehicle was able to travel at nearly double the posted speed limit right through the heart of our city. Our streets have been designed to not just accommodate these behemoth machines, but to allow them to travel at speeds that are unsafe for any road user. I expect the city to act now and design and to create a design of our city streets so that pedestrian safety is prioritized. Therefore, I request that the City Council pass the Complete Streets Ordinance immediately, because Bill Saffos' death was not an accident. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Jenna Thomas.
Hello, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Jenna Thomas. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager at Bike Cleveland, an organization that works to build streets for everyone. And I grew up in Lakewood and graduated from Lakewood High, and walked and biked everywhere growing up, and was actually hit by a car when I was a kid on my bicycle in Lakewood. And my father was also struck on his bicycle in Lakewood. It's something that happens, all too frequently. And since I started at this position nearly 3 years ago, I've visited children's memorials and, read report after report of people being killed by reckless driving. And, we have these tools that can make our streets safer. And, Lakewood is a special place. There's a lot of people here that walk and bike to get around. And move here for that purpose, which a lot of other neighborhoods and communities can't say. And surely you've heard these things. This is not the first time you're hearing this. I'm sure even before your term started on council, as you're chatting with your neighbors, like, this has always been a concern. And despite having such a heavy biking and walking population in a school district that touts being a walking school district, the city of Cleveland really hasn't done any meaningful changes to our roadways to make them safer for people biking and walking. Plans and policies alone will not save us. It's going to take decisive action from everyone here to make sure that we have a safer city. You all have access to experts who know all of these tools at our disposal. So this is where your money, your time, your efforts, your passion need to be focused starting tomorrow. Curb extensions, centerline hardening, signaling changes, road diets, protected bike lanes. There's really no reason that we shouldn't already have these things, in a robust way all across the city. And so this can really change just the everyday lives of your constituents in a very meaningful way for really not that much money for these small improvements. So please, if you haven't already started getting these things in the docket rolling out, please start tomorrow, because there's really no reason that we can't have these things over the next few weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Daniel Zielinski.
Hi.
Dan Zielinski, 2197 Northland. Bill's address was 2112 Northland. I'm here tonight with some of our Northland neighbors. I submitted an image on the public comment. I don't know, there's a technical thing, but I invite you to review that image now. I sent it via email. I know this is an open investigation and that none of you can really talk much about what happened or any of the details. There are things that we don't know. However, there are some things that we do know. We do know that Bill was struck while he was in the crosswalk. We do know that the SUV that struck him was traveling at nearly twice the posted speed limit. We also know that Bill had some health issues and that he recently told our neighbor Lisa that he was going to start walking more because it helped alleviate the symptoms of his health conditions. Lakewood brands itself as a walkable community. I think that's great. This crosswalk is 120 feet long. It is the longest crosswalk, the longest crosswalk in Lakewood. Moreover, the pedestrian signal at the southwest corner, the one that was signaling Bill, the last thing he saw before he was struck, is so closely aligned with the pedestrian signal going the other way, showing an opposite, a contradicting instruction to the pedestrian. It projects it onto Madison. He was getting conflicting messages from the pedestrian signal. There is a problem. We know there is a problem with this intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Robert Organ.
Hey, it's good to see you again. I know the chief saw me out and about over the weekend and informed me that you all missed me, so here I am. It's really kind of sad that I have to come up here and sound like a broken record. I've been coming up here for months talking about how our streets aren't safe and how people are going to get hurt and people are going to die. And, I think all the people that I care about and I'm closest to are frequent pedestrians. They walk their dogs. They walk to, restaurants, stores, whatever. We all ride bikes. The next one could very well be me, could be my wife, something like that. I don't understand why we're deliberating and planning and doing public outreach so much when we know what the solutions are. We need to narrow the street. We need to slow cars down. There's no amount of enforcement. There's no amount of paint or signage or public education that's going to prevent people from being in a hurry, from trying to get through a light so that they don't have to stop, from looking at their cell phone. We have to narrow the street. We have to redesign our city so that it is impossible to not pay attention, so it's impossible to go almost double the speed limit. I counted up the number of crosswalks or the number of intersections on Madison without a marked crosswalk or a signal. There's 28 of them. So we're talking about people trying to, take their lives into their own hands just so they don't have to walk an extra quarter mile to get to a destination that's directly across the street at one of these intersections. I don't know what else I can say. We have traffic issues. This intersection is a known issue that people complain about all the time. We have cars on Warren that are overturning, that are, it's just outside of our boundary, but those are people that are driving in our city. They're coming most likely to Lakewood or a very, very close neighborhood. And I just don't understand how we're not doing anything about it. I love the active transportation plan, but it's not enough. We have to do something now. Passing a complete streets ordinance would be great, and I hope we do it as soon as possible. But especially Detroit and Madison can't wait until the next time that these streets are going to be resurfaced in 5 or 10 years. There very well could be several more injuries or deaths in that time before those streets are resurfaced and a complete streets plan is put into place. So we need to fix this now. So tonight, I'm asking you to not only pass a complete streets ordinance as soon as possible, but also implement tactical, low-cost changes to our streets, such as flex posts, curb extensions. We have removable speed tables that we could put down on Madison. We have, additional signals that we could put up at currently unsignaled intersections to help people get across the street so this doesn't happen more. We could protect bike lanes. All these things could be done at a fairly low cost with flex posts, planners, things like that. But for some reason we're, prioritizing, business parking or whatever it is. And now somebody's died because, we're prioritizing throughput and business parking and things like that. So please, I'm not coming up here because I like speaking in front of people. I'm coming up here because I'm sincerely worried that more people will die if we don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Cassandra Organ.
Good evening. I'm making this statement tonight as a proud yet concerned resident of Lakewood. And I do want to thank all that came out tonight. I know a lot of people have shown up on this rainy evening to come and speak on this subject of safe streets, but also just to show their presence and support for having safe streets in this community. As most of you here know, if not all of you here know, Lakewood is known for being the most walkable and bikeable city in the state of Ohio. However, much of the reason for this is infrastructure we inherited before our country became enamored with car culture. Despite this, Lakewood is still a city where people enjoy and choose walking or riding bicycles instead of driving, including myself, my husband, and many of our friends. This is something most in our community appreciate and what draws many new residents to our wonderful city. It is for this reason that we must do more to prioritize our most vulnerable road users to ensure that everyone traveling the streets of Lakewood gets to their destinations safely. Unfortunately, since I've been regularly attending city council meetings over the past year, there has been multiple incidents in our streets. A child has been hit and injured crossing the street. A dog was killed while walking with its family. And now a person, Bill Saffos, has been killed walking through our neighborhood. All of these incidents have occurred at known dangerous intersections and could have happened to anyone we know and love. What value do we place on a life, and at what point does the convenience of drivers using vehicles weighing thousands of pounds yield to the safety of road users outside of a car? The reality of this tragic crash is that it could have been prevented. It is our responsibility as a community to prioritize people over cars and make sure this does not happen again. I understand that given the infrastructure in our country that having a car is pretty much a necessity for most people. However, I'm here tonight to request immediate action to make our streets, starting with the most dangerous locations, safer for all who use them. We must design the roads for the use that we want. Paint and signs are not enough. Low-cost measures like flexi posts, installation of bike racks, installing planters, and things of that nature can help to narrow the streets and reduce opportunities for speeding, while also making pedestrians and people on bikes more visible with safer access to our streets. One death is too many, and the time is now to take immediate measures to implement the Safe Streets Ordinance and build the infrastructure we need to keep Lakewood the most walkable and bikeable city in the state of Ohio, while also ensuring the safety of all who travel here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then last one that I see signed in on this topic is Josh Mator.
Good evening, everybody. Josh Mator, 1520 Cohasset. Mayor George, members of the administration, members of council, and neighbors, thank you all for coming. Sadly, tonight, we are here with heavier hearts than usual. One of our neighbors, Bill Saffos, was struck and killed while walking across the street in the most walkable city in Ohio. That feels honestly shameful. The intersection of Hilliard and Madison is known to be one of the most dangerous in the city. The active transportation plan approved earlier this year identifies it specifically as an area with a concentration of crashes within the city and a corridor of high traffic stress for all users. It is one of the city's largest intersections where 5 roads meet. It has one of the longest crossing distances of any intersection in the city, and it is a quarter mile from Harding Middle School and just over half a mile from Hayes Elementary. Studies show that the risk of fatality at 40 miles an hour would be 85% for a pedestrian struck by a vehicle. The conditions at Hilliard and Madison permitted the vehicle that killed Bill to reach an estimated 47 miles per hour. Standard procedure dictates that our law enforcement officers investigate an accident like this with the purpose of assigning blame. We determine who broke the law, who is at fault for the accident. We never take a second look at the conditions that enabled this crash to happen. We never ask the questions like, how is this driver able to do twice the speed limit in our city? Why is this crosswalk so long? Why doesn't the intersection narrow to minimize the window of impact? What failures allowed this to happen in the first place? Speed limits failed Bill. The intersection design failed Bill. Our crosswalks failed Bill. The width of our lanes failed Bill. The size of our cars, our inaction failed Bill. Lakewood failed Bill. And we're going to keep failing him every single day until we take action to address the safety of everyone in our community by implementing changes to our infrastructure. In the medical field, adverse outcomes go through an internal review to consider all the factors that contributed to that outcome. These reviews aim to uncover what changes could be made to prevent this accident from happening again. I ask that you assemble a team now to assess the conditions that facilitated this accident. Open a crash analysis studio where we can study these conditions every time there's an injury or fatality on a street in Lakewood. Give that team the resources and authority needed to make changes immediately. In addition, I beg you to immediately take action at this and all other key intersections that have been identified in the Active Transportation Plan, implementing the safety features identified in that document as the bare minimum until further review can determine the best way forward. Please act now before we lose another neighbor. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I do see some other folks signed in to speak. Is anyone else wishing to speak on this issue?
Okay, Joe Donardi, live over on Broccoli. There were a lot of things I wanted to say tonight, but honestly, these guys did a great job of covering a lot of it, so now I don't have to talk as long. I just want to say that I moved here from Strongsville years ago intentionally because Lakewood is the densest city in the state of Ohio. But after being here for a couple years, it's clear that even in Lakewood, cars still come first. And until we get serious and implement the necessary infrastructure to protect our bikers and protect our pedestrians, these events will simply just continue to occur, and that is unacceptable.
Thank you. All right. Yep, come on up.
I didn't know I was supposed to sign in. My name is Maggie McKinney. I live off of Carabelle, which is that weird 5th Street that goes into Madison and Hilliard. I live there with my husband and my 18-month-old daughter, and we walk at that intersection a lot, going to Wagner Park, especially in the warmer days. So, yeah, just wanted to come and voice my support for looking into how to make this safer. Sounds like there's a lot of people who have a lot of good ideas. I don't know them personally, but I know I work at Blue Cafe a lot of times on my laptop, and around 3 o'clock you see a bunch of kids coming through that intersection. So my daughter's going to be one of them in a few years, so I hope you guys can do something. It would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Right. You wanna?
I'd like to add, I frequently do drive on Hilliard, I guess it's southwest, and turn right on Madison, and I find that turn very, very confusing. There's 2 traffic lights there, but there's not a turn lane. But yeah, with the 2 lights, it appears that there's a separate lane for turning when there's not, and I can see by driving it, I'm not the only one confused. but, and I remember prior council meetings, it being brought up that that intersection is confusing, and I think there was talk of putting additional signage, and which I believe I do see going up, but I still find it confusing.
Thank you. All right, anyone else on this topic? Okay. So I just want to express again, first, just want to thank you all for coming and speaking up. I know it's not always easy to come up and speak in public about these things. It can be uncomfortable, and it is meaningful. We do take it seriously. Again, because it is an active investigation, we can't speak too much to the particulars at this time, but do know that complete streets and active transportation is a priority, and I will speak for myself that I'm committed to continue to work on that with the administration. I know we've made some good progress on that, and we'll continue to work on it. But thank you all again for speaking up and being here and advocating for the change you want to see. It does matter, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Vice President Baker.
Thank you, President Keppel, and I'd like to echo condolences to the Sappho's family, as well as thank everyone for coming this evening. The only reason my wife is not here, because she wanted to come and speak on behalf of this issue as well, but someone has to watch the kids, so she's at home. But so I appreciate all of your advocacy, and as President Keppel said, we're working very diligently with the administration on complete streets. Hope to have something soon. That's the bigger kind of future infrastructure piece, but I do agree that, and I'm committed to working with the administration on seeing what we could do for some quick implementation projects that don't involve moving curbs. And not this, I won't speak to this particular intersection, but more broadly across city, I think we can do a little better there. So I'm committed to working with the administration and my colleagues to fund that and see how we can implement that. So thank you.
Councilman Rader.
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, thank you everyone who showed up here. I want to also share my condolences for Bill. You know, this is my last council meeting, as many know. Looking back on the last 7 years, I think I'll speak for only myself. I'm sure, I could have made more of a difference and more progress in this specific issue. But I will redouble my efforts and dedicate, I don't want to speak too much about my next role since I don't take office till January, but as your next state representative, funding both public transit and different types of alternative transit are top of my list. So I'll be working with both Mayor Bibb, the planning department in the city of Cleveland, as well as Mayor George and her planning department, Vice President Baker and President Keppel on making sure that that's absolutely the top level of what we're looking at to fund as these plans come through the process. Our capital funding for the state will come in 2026, so I look forward to seeing and talking with many of you before then while we plan those efforts for the west side of Cleveland. So thank you.
Any other council members? Councilman Bullock.
Thanks, Madam President. And I'll share also my condolences for Mr. Sappho's passing and the neighbors and family members who have turned out tonight. I'll say directly, I agree with the comments that are said here tonight. How many times do residents have to show up to Lakewood City Council meetings asking us the same thing consistently for more than a year before we act? And right now in the budget tonight is proposed for the active transportation plan, no dollars for intersection safety. No dollars for the active transportation plan implementation. We do have some
That's not correct,
amount
Councilman.
for
We've budgeted for the Bunce Road project, which changes every single intersection on Bunce Road. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So some of us need to work on an amendment in January to enhance that financial capacity for the city to act swiftly. But I do think that it is very fair for people to say, what can we do quickly? Not wait for the 10-year county planning process that then follows with another budget cycle. There are good reasons why we do that for affordability and for traffic compliance, but we also need to feel the urgency. I'm talking about the general citywide need. The incident, I think, just calls to attention the fact how serious all of this is. So it could be this intersection, it could be other intersections. And I know that people in the city care, but I think it's appropriate for the public to hold us accountable to say, show us when, because I'm frustrated too. And I hear consensus by council members and the public that this is something that we got to do and we got to do quickly. So let's get to it. Thank you.
All right. All right, so unless there's any further comment from council members or administration? Oh yes, and we do have 2 e-comments. I know Mr. Zielinski already spoke, but also we have a comment from Ryan Sheldon. These will also be entered into the record. All right, so no further comments on this topic. I do want to, in the interest of fairness, so typically with public comment, we'll call that up on the agenda item that people have indicated they want to speak on. In this particular instance, since this incident happened after the docket was published, there wasn't an agenda item to speak on, which is why I took it now, knowing that it was an item of importance to so many. But if there are other, I see there's 3 signed in here that don't indicate their subject. If you would like to speak, if it's a topic that is not an agenda item and you would like to speak now, I would like to give you the opportunity. Otherwise, we'll take public comment again at the end of the meeting. So I have Caldwell and Biggerstaff. So, okay, come on up.
Good evening. Should have touched that.
You can each have 5 minutes still.
Okay.
So.
Right, okay. My name is Frances. Okay, thank you. Okay, I live in the city of Cleveland, and in October, there was an incident at an establishment in Lakewood, and my grandson was there with his girlfriend, and they were leaving, and 3 individuals started a physical altercation with him. 3 men jumped him. He defended himself, and he wound up with an assault charge. The other 3 individuals, nothing happened to them, and they initiated it. And David Kappa, I believe, is the detective, and I also left a message for the police chief last week and the judge last week, because the report that was made by the detective did not tell the whole story. It was very biased. And because of that, he was, issued a warrant, and, we got to pay all this money for lawyers and all this stuff. So the reason I'm here is, if he's arrested and he's the victim, why aren't the other 3 people, well, he wasn't arrested, but I'm just saying, if he's being charged, shouldn't all 4 of the people be charged? If there's a fight with 4 people, why is the person who was attacked only person charged? That's not fair. So that's why I came. And hopefully, something can be done about it.
Okay, I'm Ms. Biggerstaff. I'm a private investigator. So I investigate cases when people are accused of different crimes. I'm not on this situation with Ms. Caldwell, but I came to give her support. But I just want to say this, and I kind of talked to the councilman about it. I haven't had too many problems in Lakewood with the officers, and I can say that. However, I don't want it to start. We don't want issues that we have in Cleveland to bear off in Lakewood, where people are wrongfully arrested, wrongfully convicted, because we have a commission over our police department now. And I just don't want to see that coming into these other cities. And I'm starting to see a lot of other cities change. And I just want to bring that to the attention of the council people here. that we don't want that. We don't want someone to get wrongfully arrested that could lead to a wrongful conviction. Because you know what that happens with a wrongful conviction? They go to prison. Then it costs for them to get out of prison, and a lot of them don't have money. And they have to depend on lawyers or the Innocent Project to take their case, and they don't have money. Then when they get out, of prison, they have to wait a long, long time to get their money. Myself and Rufus Sims just did a wrongful conviction case where a gentleman did 23 years for a rape he did not commit. And he's struggling big time. And I just don't want to see that going to these other cities. And you know who it hurts? All of us, the taxpayers. Because when they get out and they file for that wrongful conviction money, it's like $2 and $3 million. And you keep having hits like that, you're going to take away different things that you need that money for in your city. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here tonight. I'm going to assume, since it's an open case, that we're also probably not commenting on this one as well. But I do appreciate you speaking out, and we certainly do share concerns about wanting to make sure that our justice system remains just. So, thank you. All right. Anyone else on it? I think everyone else is probably speaking on downtown development. Mr. Higgins, I don't see what you're signed in to speak on. Was it? Okay. All right. So we will take that when we get to that agenda item. All right. Anyone else on anything that is not on the agenda? All right. Then, without objection, we're going to head back up to the top of the docket. I think we're on reading and disposal of the minutes.
Reading and disposal of the minutes of the regular meeting of council held December 2nd, 2024.
Move to approve without necessity of a reading.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 1, report from committee of the whole held today, December 16th, 2024.
So, colleagues, Committee of the Whole met earlier this evening with all members present. We met to discuss 3 pieces of legislation pertaining to the downtown development: Ordinance 20, 2024, Ordinance 21, 2024, Ordinance 22, 2024. All 3 were referred favorably out of committee and are on the docket tonight. Move to receive and file that report.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 2, ordinance 20, 2024, an ordinance to amend section 110502 of the zoning code of the codified ordinances by changing and revising the zoning map of the city with respect to certain property as set forth and described collectively as the downtown development project from C2 or R1H to PD, plan development.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Councilwoman Baker.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to restate for the record that as this development involves TIF financing and the entity that I work for, Cleveland Metro Parks, is a property tax funded organization, I believe it's best for me to recuse myself from this vote, so I'll be recusing from these series of ordinances related to the downtown development.
Thank you. Other discussion, Council? On the public comment, did you guys want to speak on this one, or do you want to wait for the ordinance 21, 2024? Anyone? They're all kind of connected, so it's up to you. Mr. Zakim, if you wanted to come up now, you could do it now, or we can wait till the next one. Okay, come on up.
I've personally always been interested in history, and I find it quite ironic that we're discussing this today on December 16th. For those of you that don't remember or don't have a phone handy, today is the 251st anniversary of the Boston Tea Party, where the colonists questioned taxation without representation. And clearly, I think we have the taxation part figured out, but representation, I think, is very debatable. And as I've talked to many of my neighbors, most have told me that they don't feel represented as a common citizen, and they don't even bother to show up to council meetings or contact their representatives at any level, whether that's city, state, or federal, because they don't feel like what they have to say is important. And when we're considering giving a large tax break to a large corporation and ignoring the common citizen, that's not a surprise at all. And again, I have nothing personally against the development or the developer. What my issue has been, as most of you know, is overlooking the average citizen. And when it's necessary to give a tax break to a development, whether that be the downtown development or any other development for that matter, in order for that development to go forward, to me, that's a sign that the system has failed. And I think we're seeing that with the frustration in this country, with the results of the presidential election. And when taxes go up for the average citizen next year, we're going to continue to see that. And I like to remind council that for the average homeowner or the average small landlord, when property taxes go up, especially when it's going up much greater than what wages are going up, something has to give. And what that typically is maintenance. So I question, what good is it to have a fancy building on Detroit other than for bragging rights when the rest of Lakewood is deteriorating? Just last week, I had a neighbor come up to me, tenant at a couple properties down, and he was asking, as a tenant, what can he do to get his landlord to fix the porch, which is structurally deficient at his property. And when taxes are going up, there's no good answer to that. And I can tell you that some of my other neighbors are deferring maintenance, and that's never good. It only gets worse. If you don't fix your roof, well, next year you're talking about fixing your interior from the leaks as well. So, before you pass this, which frankly I expect you will, I think you need to take a step back and look at the rest of Lakewood, because that's who should really count.
Okay. All right. And also of Adam Bransom. Do you want to speak on this one or wait for the next one? Okay. All right. So on ordinance 2024, any further discussion from Councilman?
Thanks, Madam President. I think there's a number of things to say about this project. I wasn't planning to be the one that goes down the list. I don't know if another speaker is prepared to, but I do. Mr. Zackham, I think you very eloquently, as we've talked before, call attention to the fact that costs are rising for people, and there's pain out in the economy, and there's need for relief, not just for large developments, but also for Main Street and for our residential streets, and that Lakewood's number one cottage industry, perhaps arguably, is landlords, regular citizen landlords, and I know that you started that way and have grown your property businesses, and you're seeing your taxes go up plus other costs, and either aren't confident you can always pass along those costs, or you don't want to because you want to be a good neighbor and businessman and provide good price to good tenants, and thank you for that. The proposal tonight has some merits. It doesn't accomplish all things. I think, in the spirit of your invitation to the city is, what other measures can be taken or steps can be taken to address more of what you're talking about, and I think that's also an important and fair discussion. Maybe we continue next year. As for what this development does for the tax base, there are some numbers that can be summarized. I know that the planning department prepared a summary. I don't know if that chart is easily displayable here, but not this item on the docket, but the next two. There's a pending shared tax agreement with the schools. We may approve it tonight. If the schools also approve it, then it's a three-way binding agreement, which would then share the revenue 50-50. Why is that important? Because that does some of what you and other residents have asked for, which is to make sure that a good amount of the proceeds from this development find their way back to the schools, our partner, and by extension, the city, the residents, because if we can relieve tax pressures on the schools and budget pressures on the schools, then that makes it less likely that all of us face an increase, or at least a smaller increase from that side of the ledger. So, I don't know if now's the time to go through an extensive chart, but there are meaningful and I think impressive tax sharing that the city and the developer and the schools together are I think, intending to put in place that would I think, take really meaningful steps towards saying this is not a gated community, this is not a giveaway for some affluent corporation, but it's a way to get a quality development right in the heart of our downtown, and new neighbors who will be a part of us as shoppers, as new residents, as people who participate in our street festivals and pay into the common fair share. So there's probably too much for a comment right now, but I look forward to that discussion.
Thank you. So just on a couple things, one point of process. So this ordinance that we're on right now is about zoning for the planned development. And I wonder, as we move forward, Director Byington and I were just discussing, because we just discussed all this in committee of the whole right before this meeting, but not everyone who's here now was here then. So it may be helpful to pull up a couple of those slides. So I know, I'm sorry to do this to our council clerks, but if we could pull those, I think a couple of those slides would be helpful to illustrate some of these points about what this project does altogether. So the ordinance we're on right now is about zoning for planned development. The next one is the development agreement, and then that's ordinance 21, 2024. And then ordinance 22, 2024 is the compensation agreement with the school. So these three pieces of legislation, for those who have not necessarily been following along at home or don't do this on a daily basis, those three pieces of legislation are kind of the package that we're discussing tonight. And we talked about in committee of the whole, but I think perhaps Director Byington, it would be helpful at this point to just kind of go through a couple of those slides that we did.
Thank you, Madam President, members of council. Yeah, I'm happy to go through a few of these slides. So as you stated, this first item is just in regard to review of the final plan development plan. And so this has gone through Planning Commission and ABR. There's been much public input and public meetings on this. I'll just pull up the site. Everyone knows the site. It's approximately 5.7 acres. And here's the site plan, which is a mixed-use development. There's about 25,000 square foot of retail. There is 298 apartments, 7 townhomes. Parking garage holds 567 spaces, and 100 of those, a minimum of 100 of those spaces are reserved for public, or available to the public. And then there's a community plaza, a linear park, and a pocket park. And as I said, this has already been approved by Planning Commission and ABR, and they've met every requirement that is required. I will reiterate, though, that during the public input process and through Planning Commission and ABR, the developer Casto took everything, you know, they listened to the residents, they listened to our boards, and they took those comments and they put it into the site plan. So they made a lot of adjustments, and we appreciate that they've done that. Thank you. That's the, do you want me to stick to only this portion or go through some of the other ones?
Let's go through the other ones
Okay.
because it's all kind of a package.
Okay. Well, those are some of the renderings, which everybody has seen. The second item is the development agreement. The key, so basically a development agreement for the public is an agreement between the developer and the city, and it lays out what the city's responsibilities are and what the developer's responsibilities are. So on this slide are the key terms from the development agreement, which include 20% of the apartments to be affordable. As stated, they are required to be in the CRA number 1. Public access must be retained for the plaza, the pocket park, and the linear parks. There will be a plat that is recorded that has easements on there to show where the public access is, and there'll be a declaration forthcoming. Public art is in the development agreement. There's it speaks to sustainability efforts, making commercial efforts for MBE and DBA, et cetera, participation, commercially reasonable efforts to work with the Cleveland buildings and construction trades, as well as efforts to utilize prevailing wage. I did cover the public parking garage, which is a key term. The timeline requirements to apply for permits and to complete the project are within this agreement, as well as reference to utilization of a 15-year residential CRA, a non-school TIF, and an 85% and a 100 on the commercial and 100% TIF on the parking garage, which I'll go into those a little more detail when I get to the compensation agreement. The timeline, as prescribed in the development agreement, there's a 3 months where the developer has their due diligence period, which can be extended another 3 months by the city. Then there's 4 months that they have to complete certain items within the development agreement before the site's conveyed. And then, of course, applying for the permits, review, and starting construction. So the dates that are on this slide that are important are March 15th, and that's when they have to apply for the first set of building permits for the northern buildings, and then June 1st is when they have to have all of the permits applied for. And then they have approximately 40 months, or 48, I can't remember, to complete the phases. Okay, then the last item, the last ordinance is the school compensation agreement. The city worked closely with the school to draft this agreement. Both parties understand the benefits to the city and the schools with the new families, retail, and community space that will provide a boost to our downtown. Further, the site has not produced real estate tax in decades, and the project will create new revenue to both the city and the school. The key terms in the agreement include sharing 50%, 50-50, the income tax generated during the construction period for the multifamily portion, and provision for a 15-year CRA, which is authorized by right by the city's CRA number 1 ordinance, as well as a 30-year non-school TIF on the apartments, which means after the CRA expires, the schools will be paid an annual service payment equal to 100% of what they would have received in property taxes if there were not a TIF. For the commercial component, there is a 30-year 85% TIF, which means that the school will receive through annual service payments, again, 15% of what they would have received in property taxes for the 30 years. For the parking garage, there's a 30-year 100% TIF, and then all three parties would equally split any excess revenue generated from the TIF. So if the value comes in higher than what was projected, there would be funds revenue that would be split 3 ways. And then the school will collect on any new voted levies. So if from this point moving forward, the residents vote for a levy, these schools will be able to collect that levy, except for on the multifamily portion for the first 15 years. And lastly, there's a 50% share on all permanent income tax generated for 30 years. And I don't have the chart that Councilman Bullock mentioned. I have it with me, but I don't have it available to go on to the screen. But if you want myself or Ken from PMC to go over that, he did prepare that for us with our input, and would be happy to go over some of those numbers if you think they're relevant.
I think that chart would be helpful, but if we can't pull that up, perhaps we could have.
I can try if you can give me a minute.
Sure, and and that's actually on. Director Byington, Councilman Bullock just sent it back to you, I think. So.
An email to me?
Yeah. Okay. Should be able to pull up. Oh, okay. Send to Danielle.
Oh, okay. She's got it. Okay.
Okay. But those numbers actually have more to do with the next piece of legislation. So I think we can go ahead and move forward on this piece of legislation. So this is ordinance 20/2024. This is about the zoning to do a planned development. We have a motion and a second to adopt. And did you want to make yours? You already did. Okay, yeah, and as Vice President Baker mentioned, he'll be abstaining from this vote. All right, so on the motion to adopt ordinance 2024, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Anyone opposed? And that motion passes.
Item 3, substitute ordinance 21/2024, an ordinance authorizing a development agreement with Casto Incorporated, an Ohio corporation in connection with the redevelopment of certain real property in the city of Lakewood as part of a tax increment financing program under Ohio Revised Code.
All right, I will move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, and as we were just discussing, the development agreement lays out the responsibilities of the developer, how we work together, continue to work together with them moving forward, and holds them responsible for all the components laid out therein. All right, let's go ahead and Director Byington, do you want to?
Excuse me, through you. I just wanted to state that this chart really ties more to the school compensation agreement, but we can go over it whenever you'd like.
Sure. And so this piece of legislation, the ordinance 21/2024, does not in itself establish the TIF, but does say that in the development agreement that a TIF is included in the development agreement. So just so everyone's clear about that. All right, so we have a motion and a second to adopt. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Abstain.
And that motion passes. All right, so go ahead.
Item 4, substitute ordinance 22/2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately authorizing the mayor to execute a compensation agreement between the city of Lakewood and the Lakewood City School District.
So this is the one we wanted to pull up the slide for because I do think it's helpful to kind of high level look at this. So Director Byington, if you want to, or we can have Ken come up.
Thank you, Madam President. So I don't know if you can go up to the top for a minute. I just want to talk about the statement that's up there. Okay, so this just kind of explains the document. And if Ken wants to chime in, you can come up, but I'll go ahead and get started here. But I think the important thing to recognize here is it's talking about the income taxes and how they'll be shared, and that for the last few decades, this property has not produced any taxes. So this is showing what taxes will be generated and how the schools and the city will benefit from them. So it walks through based on the portion of the development agreement, but more specifically the school compensation agreement, the main areas where taxes will be shared. And so the first column is the construction period, and at that time, which could last 4 years, the city and the schools will be sharing 50-50 in the revenue from the income taxes from the construction. So that's estimated at $308,000 per entity to be taking in a total of $616,000 during the construction period. And then there's an annual benefit for the years 1 through 15 after project completion during the CRA. And during that time, the new income taxes and the TIF payments are split 50-50 as well. So it's estimated, again, these are just estimates, no guarantee on the exact numbers.
Could we scroll down, Deputy Clerk?
Sorry, I wasn't watching. We will share $352,000 per year, so that's $176,000 for the city and $176,000 for the schools. The next column is the annual benefit for years 16 through 30, which is after the CRA expires. It's estimated that a total of $1.9 million per year will be generated, with the city taking in $485,000 of new income taxes, and then the school approximately 1.4 in new income taxes and TIF payments. And then years 1 through 30, this is the section where I said if the TIF projections come in higher based on a higher value, that any excess TIF funds would be split 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. The 1/3 being also the developer. So in this chart, it just shows that both the city and the school would be getting 1/3 of whatever the additional revenue would be. And then the last column is the estimated total over 30 years. And so the city is anticipated or estimated to receive just over $12.6 million, and the schools just over $26 million. So a total of $38,760,000 approximately in income taxes over 30 years that will be split and shared between the two. And I do have Ken here. If there's anything I missed, feel free to.
Anything you'd like to add to?
Council President, nothing I'd like to add. It was a good description by the director, and we did our best to negotiate a fair compensation agreement structure between the city and the schools to share in the upside of this project.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So thank you for going over that. I think it's helpful. I know it's kind of it's a little confusing to come in. We've had amongst our council, we've had multiple meetings to try to work through this, understand all the different components. It's a lot to manage, but at the end of the day, I think we can, when we look at this property that currently generates no revenue for the city, in fact, costs us some money to maintain, and then by doing these three pieces of legislation that are before us tonight, we ultimately are generating revenue that stays in our community, and we're happy to partner with the schools so that we make sure that they are receiving their fair share of that, as well as acknowledging that, as folks have talked about, with the school levy, I had the opportunity to attend one of the recent community conversations at the school, and we were talking about, it was a very interesting presentation too about how school funding works or doesn't work here in the state of Ohio, and that essentially whether or not this project moves forward, most likely the schools would need to do a levy, and in fact, without this project, they would be receiving $0 from this site, and this way we'll be receiving funds. So we appreciate the partnership of the schools, and I know the administration has been working diligently to have a fair deal that is the best for our community. So any further comment? Any comment from the administration? All right. Hearing none, then I will move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing,
Yes, Madam President, just to add, I mean, Mr. Kalinchuk, are these terms usual and customary, or are these more high quality and above market, as the term would be, compared to other developments like this?
Through the council president to Councilman Bullock, it really depends deal to deal how these are structured and what the needs of the project are in order to get done. But as far as the upside goes, this has a lot more upside for the city and the schools than several deals that have been negotiated in suburbs of Cleveland in the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you. And I guess to add to what the council president said, what's not on this chart would be if the schools vote a new levy, or rather, let me rephrase, if the schools propose a levy, an operating levy, and the voters of Lakewood support it, this project would participate also, according to the normal terms of whatever the proposed levy would be. That doesn't appear on this chart, so that's significant new revenue, and that's also significant new cost sharing, and is a point that was negotiated and in good faith agreed to by the developer, and so that's significant too. So there's another form of shared investment, shared sacrifice by a new potential Lakewood neighbor, if this project goes forward.
thank you. That's a good point. All right, and I don't want to forget, we do have some folks signed in to speak on this issue. So I'll take Mr. Brian Higgins first.
Brian Higgins, Emily Avenue. The first thing that a city government should do in a democracy is take care of their people. It's the purest form of government. We live next to our mayor. We live next to our council. This development does nothing for my neighbors or myself or Lakewood. I was told it was to develop our tax base, stabilize our tax base, add population to our city so we don't fall below 50,000. Once we do that, we lose federal funding. I would question how a development that has over 70% one-bedroom or efficiency-style housing adds to our tax base and our population. If we go back to the last screen, that's Fugazi math. If you look at the last census report, the average Lakewood resident makes $42,000 a year. Let's say there's 700 residents in that building. That gives us, after our 1% income tax, because most of them are not going to live in the, or most of them are not going to work in the city, that gives us like $294,000 before the commercial real estate, or before the commercial. So let's say we go $350 on that. We have to split that 3 ways. That's $90,000 to the city. What are we giving up to get that $90,000? Lots. Why my neighbors struggle with their property taxes, you give away to a wealthy developer, yet do nothing for us. Nothing. You will be held accountable. Some in 2 years, some next year. You will answer. I asked for the thing, you shut it off. Oh, the computer died. I just don't understand. The most important part of that, what I would think was the revenue generator is the parking garage. Looking at that, it's tax exempt for 30 years. So just more giveaways. The $115 million, and we're getting $90,000 a year. $90,000 on my math at $42,000. We're getting $90,000 a year. That's the best we could do after 10 years. Some of you on that council ran off our largest employer, the hospital system. So when you say, well, we weren't getting any revenue from it, that's not truthful. That's just a lie. We're getting doctors and nurses and janitors' income taxes. Now what are we going to get? A 30,000 square foot pizza or another bar that do we really need at minimum wage? This is horrible. And it's horrible none of you stood up. 7-0? 7-0. I would expect this kind of givebacks in Westlake or Rocky River, where there's a lot more Republicans. Why are we socializing the cost and they get to privatize the gains? Why is that? And what that chart also doesn't show is what we're giving up, what it costs us. That says what, hypothetically, best case scenario, what we get. What did we give up to get that? I know the schools told me anywhere between $500,000 and $750,000 this cost. And as we talk about Bike Lakewood, everybody wants to spend money. 25% of our budget comes from our property tax. You're giving it away. Where's that money going to come from? They're shutting schools because of this. If this was such a good in community and for families, why is the school district shutting Grant Middle School or Grant Elementary? Grant Elementary is the closest school to this development. Why would they shut that for? Because they know it's not good. You strong-arm them into signing it. This is horrible. It's just horrible. When do you give back to the average citizen? When do you give back to my senior neighbor who's struggling with her property tax? When do you give back to the homeowner who's looking at a 27% increase next year? And you could say, well, that's the property, or that's the county doing that. That's the county. That's the county. In our budgets, there's nothing stopping you from giving back to a resident, saying, hey, yeah, your property tax went up $1,800. Here's a $1,200 rebate from the city. You won't do that for them, but you give away to a rich developer, somebody that's worth $400 million? Shame, shame. I expect that from Republicans. All you claim to be Democrats. Shame. That's why we lose national elections. We lose because of people like you at the local level. People are giving up. Largest development in the history of Lakewood, and we have 20 people here, 25 people here. That's a shame. Thank you.
All right, now Adam Ransom?
Don't worry, next year we're going to vote them all out. And the mayor's next in 2 years.
We need to maintain decorum, please. It's Mr. Ransom's turn.
Good evening. My name is Adam Branscombe. I live at 1236 Hall Avenue. I would actually like to congratulate the city on the deal that we just saw up on the screen. And thank you for your transparency in sharing the numbers and the details of the development agreement. I think the agenda tonight had, I don't know, 200 and some odd pages of information. So Lakewood is and has always been a very special place. Because of that, though, neighborhood change is always going to elicit anxiety. We get that. Cities and neighborhoods are dynamic places. The people and businesses are constantly evolving. Business space needs and resident tastes change over time. And while it was definitely disappointing to lose Lakewood Hospital, the fact is there is now what I see as a viable plan to do something new and to do something fresh. I don't see this project as being only for those who live there and work there. I see it for everybody that lives and works in Lakewood. The community spaces, the retail, the restaurants, the amenities, those are for the enjoyment of everybody here. A large-scale development like this will never provide 100% of what everybody wants, but a city's responsibility is to listen to the constituents. I think that's been done through all the Planning Commission and ABR meetings and other community meetings. These projects are incredibly difficult, as I see it, and what I just saw from the numbers, it looks like a pretty fair deal for everybody. This is a developer that is in Columbus. They could be investing lots of money in Columbus. They're on a much different trajectory in Central Ohio than Northeast Ohio, but they're choosing to invest in Lakewood. I think we should thank them for that. The way these projects get done nowadays is through public-private partnership. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what a TIF is and what a TIF isn't. I certainly encourage everybody to read up about that. But this development site has been generating zero, as we heard earlier tonight, zero in property taxes for many, many decades. You know, there's a lot of indirect benefits that I talked about earlier that I think all residents will see from this. So I'm here to voice my support for the project. I think it's a good-looking project architecturally. I think it's appealing. So why should a local city government promote economic development? Well, it's due to the social compact that we all are part of, which requires that a downtown be viable and sustainable over the long term. And yes, sometimes that means change, and change is difficult. But we're here today to voice our opinions. So I congratulate you on reaching this point, and I think it's a great development. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't think I have anyone else signed in to speak on downtown development. Is there anyone else who did not sign in yet who wanted to speak on this topic? Okay. All right. So with that said, we are back. We have a motion, a second, to adopt ordinance 22-2024. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
And abstention?
Abstain.
And that motion passes.
Item 5, report from Finance Committee regarding meeting held December 9th and December 16th.
Councilman Bullock.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance Committee met December 9th and also tonight, December 16th, to continue working through our budget deliberations for the 2025 annual city budget. And we heard from a long list of department directors and division managers, and that was very informative. We appreciate working with Director Mahoney and the finance team and Mayor George and her team to present a lot of information, analysis, and really review of accomplishments throughout the year, a preview of plans for the coming year, and then we've been doing a lot of dialogue to deepen our understanding of budgeting practices, and we'll produce a report on that additional discussion and make that a public document, either with the minutes of the meetings tonight, or we'll publish it separately next January in a communication. So, you know, I want to express my appreciation for council colleagues, all of whom participated, as well as the administration leaders, for a very thoughtful and enlightening discussion. And as usual, the Finance Department does a superb job of preparing not only the ordinances, and there are 13 of them that we have before us tonight, but also a 200-plus page comprehensive budget document. All of that's available for reading and review, and understanding the city's strategy, our budget trends, and our financial forecasts. So I invite the public to review that as well. With the conclusion of our December 16 meeting today, we reported favorably out all of the budget ordinances. We adopted 2 substitutes, which were to the year-end appropriations for 2024. That's ordinance 25-2024, and also permanent appropriations for 2025. That's ordinance 27-2024. And then we reported favorably out all of the budget ordinances. So that concludes not only the committee's work, but also my oral report tonight. And I move to receive and file, or move to file that oral report.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. I'll just add my appreciation for the work, finance, of putting this together, and Councilman Bullock for leading us through the process, which we did in an expedited manner, but I thought was thorough and thoughtful, so appreciate it. Councilman Reeder.
Yeah, I just want to echo that and say both Council Member Bullock had to step up too halfway through the process. I think he did an excellent job of marshaling this through. And to Director Mahoney, this is your first budget process. I think it was just run really smoothly on both ends. So thank you both for that. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, and the motion to receive and file the report. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. And that motion passes.
Item 6, ordinance 25-2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately to establish appropriations for current expenses and other expenditures of the city for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2024.
Yeah, with substituting committee, so can we just move to adopt as substituted, Director Vargo?
Yes, Madam President, in committee, you did move to recommend the substitute version. Yes.
Okay.
Then you may. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll move to adopt as substituted.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 7, ordinance 26-2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing the transfer in advance of certain funds.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 8, ordinance 27, 2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately to establish appropriations for current expenses and other expenditures of the city of Lakewood for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2025.
Move to adopt a substitute in the committee.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that motion passes. I will now move to suspend the rules and read items 9 through 18 together.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we need a roll call on that? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 9, ordinance 28, 2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately authorizing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, director of finance, and/or purchasing manager to enter into contracts for professional services and advertise for bids and enter into contracts for the purchase of repair, maintenance, and operating supplies, services, and equipment as authorized by the 2025 appropriation ordinance and the administrative code of the city of Lakewood with the lowest and best bidder or bidders or as otherwise provided by law. Item 10, ordinance 29, 2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately authorizing and directing the mayor, director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and our purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code of the city for vehicles, machinery, and equipment, contracts not to exceed the specified amount shown without separate resolution of council. Item 11, ordinance 30, 2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing and directing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and our purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code for buildings and facilities improvements, contracts not to exceed the specified amounts shown without separate resolution of council. Item 12, ordinance 31, 2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately authorizing and directing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and/or purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code for parks and pools improvements, contracts not to exceed the specified amounts shown without separate resolution of council. Item 13, ordinance 32, 2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing and directing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and/or purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code for sidewalk improvement program, contracts not to exceed the specified amounts shown without separate resolution of council.
Item 14, ordinance 33-2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing and directing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and/or the purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code of the city of Lakewood for traffic signs and signals, contracts not to exceed the specified amount shown without separate resolution of council. Item 15, ordinance 34-2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing and directing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and/or the purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code of the city of Lakewood for street infrastructure improvements, contracts not to exceed the specified amount shown without separate resolution of council. Item 16, ordinance 35-2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing and directing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and/or the purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code of the city of Lakewood for water system replacement program, contracts not to exceed the specified amount shown without separate resolution of council. Item 17, ordinance 36-2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing and directing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, and/or the purchasing manager to enter into contracts in accordance with the administrative code of the city of Lakewood for wastewater system and treatment improvement program, contracts not to exceed the specified amount shown without separate resolution of council. Item 18, ordinance 37-2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately, authorizing the mayor, the director of public works, the director of law, the director of finance, the director of planning and development, and/or the purchasing manager to enter into service contracts for the Department of Planning and Development in accordance with the administrative code of the city of Lakewood, contracts not to exceed the specified amount shown without separate resolution of council.
All right, I will move to suspend the rules and adopt items 9 through 18 together.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And now I'll move to adopt items 9 through 18.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 19, ordinance 23, 2024, an ordinance to take effect immediately declaring improvement to real property within the city of Lakewood to be a public purpose, exempting such improvement from real property taxation, requiring the owners of the property to make service payments in lieu of real property taxes, establishing an urban redevelopment tax increment equivalent fund for the deposit of service payments, making related authorizations pursuant to Ohio Revised Code sections, and authorizing a service payment agreement in connection with the same. And Madam President, we have a substitute.
Thank you. So we have the substitute with the dates, or we need to add the dates?
The substitute is in Granicus with the dates.
Okay. All right, so I'll first move to substitute.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Vice President Baker.
Yes, thank you, Council President. As this, again, is a TIF agreement, and Cleveland Metro Parks is a property tax funded organization, and that's my day job, I will be abstaining from the votes associated with this.
Thank you. Any further discussion from council members? We had a presentation about this last council meeting, and I think we went pretty extensively through it, but if you have any further questions, now would be the time. All right, hearing none on, did we already move to adopt or just the substitute? Okay, so on the motion to substitute, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then I will move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Abstain.
Oh, sorry.
Item 20, Resolution 2024-73, a resolution to take effect immediately, amending ordinance 5804 as amended and updated by Resolution 2019-08 in order to remove certain real property from Community Reinvestment Area 1 and establishing and describing the boundaries of Warren Road Community Reinvestment Area in the city of Lakewood.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Item 21, ordinance 24-2024, an ordinance to take effect January 1st, 2025, to provide for creating positions and rates of pay for full-time and certain part-time annual salaried employees and hourly rates employees not covered by a collective bargaining agreement in the several departments, divisions, and offices of the city of Lakewood, including the chief of fire, chief of police, and civil service commissioners, and superseding all prior salary ordinances.
I'll first move to substitute.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then I will move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 22, Resolution 2024-61, a resolution to take effect immediately, appointing one person to the Board of Building Standards and Building Appeals and Architecture Board of Review for the 5-year term beginning January 1st, 2025, and ending December 31st, 2029.
Colleagues, we could do this a couple different ways. We do, I think it was sent out by the council clerk. We have 2 candidates for this position. We can certainly send it to committee of the whole and deliberate. I personally feel prepared to make a motion to insert the name of one particular candidate unless anyone feels strongly either way.
Madam President.
Councilman Bullock.
One particular candidate is with us this evening, Mr. Matthew Stevenson, whom I had a chance to meet in person at Root Cafe today to get to know him a little bit in preparation for a potential motion on this tonight. And I, certainly am impressed. I had a chance to speak with him, impressed by his experience and not only the qualifications, but in the job that he's doing now would be similar to the job that Architectural Board of Review members do, and that includes balancing the interactions of the developer with the neighbors, with other neighboring properties, and so I was impressed. I don't know if it'd be in order for Mr. Stevenson to do a public comment.
Sure, we could. You're welcome to give public comment if you would like.
No, just to make an introduction. I work at City Architecture. I've lived in Lakewood the last 5 years. I've been in Northeast Ohio for about 20, and I've been director of design, so I'm basically responsible for everything that comes out of that office. And that's, dealing with neighborhood commons, residents, developers, all the realities of, getting a project done. And I know there's a lot of stuff happening in Lakewood, and I just kind of want to be part of it.
Thank you. Yeah, so I would, and that is in fact the candidate. So I would like to move to insert the name Matthew Stevenson in the resolution.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for being willing to contribute your time and talents to ABR. All right, on the motion to insert the name Matthew Stevenson, all those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes. And then I will move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Yep, Vice President Baker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for coming tonight. Tell your good architect by your shirt. But your resume is excellent. Done a lot of great projects. I know City Architecture is a great firm. So thank you for being willing to serve our community in this role, and we appreciate your willingness to serve. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilman Evans.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. As a former member of the ABR and seeing your resume and your work experience, I have every confidence you do a great job. So welcome to the club. Thanks.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. And if tonight's docket didn't scare you off, that's a good sign too. So, all right. On the motion to adopt, all those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes. In new business, without objection, I'm going to ask to move item 23 to the end.
Second.
Without no objection. Okay, I'm not hearing any objection. Great.
No.
All right, so on to item 24.
Item 24, communication from President Keppel and Mayor George regarding City Hall space assessment.
Mayor George?
Good evening. The City of Lakewood regularly works to evaluate and align its municipal offices, facilities, and real estate holdings to create efficiencies, address capacity needs, ensure high-quality resident services, and maintain our shared goal of strong fiscal stewardship. A recent example of success in this effort was the unification of the Department of Human Services and public spaces at the Cove Community Center. The result was improved service to our residents and operational efficiencies. It allowed the city to sell the multiple buildings that previously served those purposes. Another example is the current work to shift our Lakewood Animal Shelter to sit jointly on the same site as our Berea Road Refuse and Recycling, which will allow the city to expand its water treatment and stormwater capacity in the Rocky River Valley to eventually use the soon-to-be vacated current animal shelter campus. In the same vein, last year the city completed a space assessment of Lakewood City Hall campus, the administrative offices, the Lakewood Municipal Court, Lakewood Police Headquarters, and the nearby annex building. After review, the city engaged Weber Murphy Fox Architects, who completed the assessment report attached to this letter. The WMF report reflects that the demands of our many users of this campus have now meaningfully outpaced our existing facilities. One of the most pressing challenges revealed in the report and through day-to-day experience is there are currently insufficient and inequitable facilities for the increased number of female police officers serving our community. The needs of the police are only the first of many space issues and challenges faced by the multiple departments housed in Lakewood City Hall, and there are additional structural complexities around achieving ADA compliance, workplace efficiencies, and secure public access. The most pressing and immediate challenge lies with the police department headquarters, where the space demands are significant, and a solution on-site in our current configurations would demand an expansion project with current cost estimates in excess of $10 million. This is a significant number, especially given Lakewood's other major capital demands presently putting pressure on our budget and financing capacity. The city must explore its options in the face of such a number. The consultants at WMF have provided some initial potential options to address our space challenges, which the Planning and Development Department is currently exploring. We are presenting this joint communication and respectfully ask to be referred to committee for further review, analysis, and discussion of possible options and associated pricing. While the situation poses a challenge to the city, We remain committed to developing a space plan that will allow the City of Lakewood to continue providing the high quality of service that its residents and constituents have come to expect and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor George. And I'll first move to refer to Committee of the Whole.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. And in discussion, I'll just add, as this is the beginning of a conversation, there are a variety of options. We don't even know what all of them are yet. We also need to think about funding any potential solutions. So we look forward to having further dialogue about that. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. On the motion to refer to Committee of the Whole, all those in favor? Aye. And that motion passes.
Item 25, communication from Councilmember Rader regarding appointment to the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Councilmember Vader.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure and pride to hereby reappoint Ward 2 resident Claire Foley to the Citizen Advisory Committee for a third term beginning January 1st, ending December 31st of 2025. In addition to her civic-mindedness and extensive professional background, Ms. Foley brings 2 years of experience on CAC, which will undoubtedly benefit the group. She served as the co-chair of this past year, and again, I think she'll bring a lot in this next term. So please join me in thanking Claire Foley for your continued service as a member of the CAC. Sincerely, Tristan Rader. Move to receive and file.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. And that motion passes.
Item 26, communication from Mayor George regarding board and commission appointments and reappointments.
Mayor George.
Good evening again. It's my pleasure to announce the reappointments and appointments to a variety of boards and commissions. I'm not going to go through all of them because there's a lot, but you can see the various names and the appointments. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for putting it all in one communication and saving some of space on this lengthy docket. So I'll move to receive and file that communication.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. And that motion passes.
Item 27, communication from Mayor George and Director Byington regarding application to ODNR Coastal Management Assistance Grant Program.
Dr. Byington.
Thank you, Madam President, members of council. Permission is being requested to apply for a coastal management assistance grant in the amount of $70,000 to further the Lakewood Park Waterfront Access Plan. It'll move us into the next phase of the project, and which is the preparation of numerous permit applications. Permits have to be applied for and received through ODNR, Army Corps of Engineers, Ohio EPA, Ohio DNR, Department of Natural Resources. And in order to put these applications in, we need to finalize the development permit drawings and design calculations and conduct surveys to map riparian interest and secure property agreements needed for permitting. We're requesting that this be passed under at the first reading due to the fact that it's due this month.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to first open up to discussion. And I believe we also have Engineer Papke here too, so we have some experts if we want to get some information about this. First, Director Byington or Engineer Papke, so these, is this matching funds? I believe that was in the capital plan that we had seen, that we had some money set aside for continuing. Is that what this is?
So through you, yes, it is.
Okay, great. Okay, and then these are more planning permits? And essentially that we're not yet into the phase of we're allocating funds towards building anything yet. Is that correct? Or this is more of gathering more information?
This is not going towards any construction. So it's just doing the calculations and the detailed plans that are necessary to apply for the permits. Now through that process, in your packet you saw there was the preferred conceptual plan. So they'll be reviewing that as they're going through this application process, and there might be tweaks based on what they find through the detailed design and running the calculations.
And then the conceptual plan, I recall going to those, and I had call with Chief Story and Engineer Papke answered some of my questions about this too, but so I recall when we went through the waterfront access process with the consultant, remember the public meetings where there were multiple different types of things, whether we're going, I know you weren't here, so I don't know why I'm looking at you, but we were all here. But so there were multiple, one was charrettes, yes, they had the charrettes, yes, and building into the side of the hill or going out over the water. There were multiple different avenues, and then people put little stickers and things on the things that they preferred. But I guess where I'm going with this is because this is based off of the Lakewood Park Master Plan, but I don't believe that plan has been updated since 2004, or am I incorrect about that? Anyone?
Yeah, that plan has not been updated, but we were looking, through the feasibility study, the whole lakefront access. So, this is probably like the first phase of many phases for this project. And this is really just the waterfront access, which seemed to be the priority of the public. So this is really like reaching out into the water that we're looking at for this portion phase of work.
Okay, thank you. Council members, Vice President Baker.
Thank you, Council President Keppel. And this is a little bit of a complicated item. I don't know why everything Metro Parks related is coming up today. I can be involved in this project, but this particular grant application, Metro Parks is also applying actually for Emerald Necklace Marina for some ADA access points. So since a limited pool of money, I will not be voting on the ordinance. However, the larger plan, or the resolution, but the larger plan, has this access plan gone before Planning Commission at all?
No, it has not.
So I would, and I'd be interested in my colleagues' take on this. I mean, the charter kind of talks about anytime we make any changes to plans or any physical, movement at parks, that it's actually, I think, a mandatory referral to Planning Commission. So I would ask that either we refer this communication to Planning Commission so that they get an update about this potential access plan, or the administration, verbally agrees, or at least lets us know why they wouldn't go to Planning Commission, so we can have a discussion about it. Because I do think that, to President Keppel's point, the input at the public meetings is important, but we do have a body that's charter bound to review kind of changes to our parks. So I would ask that we include them in that process.
Yeah, I mean, this is to advance the next phase of this project and finalize. We're planning on probably having another public input meeting with this, and yeah, our plan would probably be to go to Planning Commission with that. So it would be all part of this whole process with the permitting and everything at this next stage.
Yeah, I worry that, I know how ODNR and EPA permitting can be, that if you fix the permitting too early, then you can't change the plan. So I would hope that we would bring this to Planning Commission to get that input prior to fixing the plan, right? Prior to actually getting the permits. So if, I'd be comfortable if the administration said that before they finalize those plans, they take it to Planning Commission. I'd be comfortable with it, but I'm interested in what my colleagues have to say as well.
Any other council members? Councilmember.
Thanks, Madam President. So have we made a decision to move forward with this project at all, and what does it cost?
Well, I think you already approved it in the budget, the 400,000. So this is just requesting grant dollars.
So let me be clear. I have not made a decision to support this project. What I want to do is understand.
You just did.
Can
you
you
approved the
repeat
budget.
that?
It's in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a city council decision as whether or not you want to move this project forward. If you vote no, the project will just be at a standstill next year. That's just where we're at.
So here's what I'm driving at. When there's big decisions like this, you need to have a direct conversation with the public, you need to have direct conversation with city council. And
On
there are
June
many
27,
conversations.
2020, in February of this year, there was a public meeting where we presented the preferred concept plan, and that meeting can be viewed on the website. So that was that was publicly presented back in February. Thank you.
Okay. And you need to talk to City Council about it. Now, I was at a public input meeting. I don't recall hearing back about what the administration or the consultant that you're working with, what views you preferred or liked afterwards.
It was at the public meeting.
So I think what we do in our budgeting is work in good faith, collegially with the administration. But unless we want to shift to a budgeting where we're reviewing every single decision and authorized expenditure, which might not be practicable or collegial, what we rely upon is the administration, especially for major projects that A, are very important to the public, and B, cost a lot of money, talking to council members. And I don't recall that happening. I do remember 12 months ago funding to do this planning being presented or mentioned in a list to council, and there's not always time to discuss everything. And I remember approving that, and I understand that the administration has presented a suite of many things in its budget. But as you recall, we collegially didn't insist upon Saturday work sessions or super late night Monday work sessions. So there's got to be a little bit of a two-way collegiality. So to me, studying it and developing options is okay, but when do we cross the point of no return? And then we're committing ourselves in the city to a very large capital outlay when I don't always understand when I'm asked to vote for something in isolation what the trade-offs are. So if you spend $1 million here, does that mean we cannot afford $1 million somewhere else, such as active transportation plan and intersection safety improvements and light intensity protected cycle lanes that are improvement over the paint that we have today? We talk all the time about certain needs, and then we run up against financial capacity limitations. So when do we know the cost of this project, all in? What's the cost? Does anybody know?
I mean, looking at all in the project, I believe they were at like 9 million with everything that was there. But like I said, we're looking at probably building this project over a decade, based on affordability. When we start looking at this next phase, it's going to be based on affordability, what we can afford, what grants we can go after. We've been very successful already with the CMAG grant. So, moving along these grant lines as we, we've gotten the first phase, we got $150,000 for that. That was, for that phase of the feasibility study. Now we're going on to the permitting process. If we get this, it just helps our chances when we go on to the next phase.
Yeah, and Engineer
So
Papp,
it's a matter of, phasing and affordability. I think us with this, grant opportunity, are we committing ourselves that we're going to build that project? No, it's just that we're going to deliver on getting the next phase of this project done in the permitting.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's a helpful explanation and more than I have had to date. You're very skilled at getting those grant funds. I certainly appreciate that. We're being asked to vote on something on first reading. And so still my question is, if we pursue this, are we locking ourselves in on this one design, or are there opportunities to modify the design if that, for some reason, was what we wanted to do? Because it's like...
What? Can I suggest a path forward? So what I would suggest is that we refer this communication to planning commissions. They can get an update on it, and then also take a look at that the Lakewood Park Master Plan, and so that would give us a process where we can all talk about what is happening. We can get a referral back from them about that. I think the Park Master Plan originally talked about a fishing pier, and then as we went through the waterfront access, there was some back and forth about fishing pier. I think it also called for a beachfront swimming area on the western area, and then as we went through the waterfront access plan, that was not necessarily very viable or necessarily what our community wanted. A lot can change in 20 years, so why don't we refer this communication to Planning Commission and begin that dialogue with them, and so we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and then we can move forward with getting this money and doing some more, because this is getting us more information about how we would move forward. Is that?
Madam President, if just a reminder, that means that it would be delaying the project for a year, and then we'd have to try to go for these grant dollars again next year, just so everyone's aware that this would delay the project.
How would referring a communication to Planning Commission delay the project?
And maybe I didn't understand you, but if we don't pass the resolution, the grant is due by the end of the year.
Yeah, I was just referring to communication.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah. So that was my suggestion, is we refer the communication and start that dialogue with Planning Commission about the project generally, and then we can move forward with the resolution. Okay. Further discussion? Councilmember Evans.
Yeah, I don't object to that path forward about the, planning and this feasibility study, but I do share Councilman Bullock's concerns about the magnitude of this project and, other things that we could be doing in the city, all the safety things we discussed earlier, and we have a more recent master plan for Madison Park that's calling for substantial updates that hasn't seen the same kind of investment that Lakewood Park has, so I too would like a chance to study all those things before we move forward with a capital plan for this. Thank you.
All right, further discussion? All right, so I think, so I'm going to move to refer the and also Engineer Pappy, thank you for being here and helping us walk through this, so I appreciate that. I know you're busy, man.
No problem.
All right, so first I'm going to move to refer the communication to Planning Commission.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. And that motion passes.
Item 28, Resolution 2024-77, a resolution to take effect immediately authorizing the mayor or her designee to file an application for assistance under the Coastal Management Assistant Grants Program through the Ohio Department of Natural Resources and to enter into any agreements necessary to accept and expend funds awarded.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. And on discussion, I'll just add to is that my view on moving this forward is so we can continue to gather that information, be prepared, but we are committed to having this dialogue with Planning Commission and evaluating, all the different aspects of it. So we can do both things. All right. So a motion's been made and second. Further discussion? Vice President Baker.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as I stated, Council President, even though Cleveland Metro Parks may be advised in some way technically on this project as far as best practices go, that doesn't present a conflict based upon my discussions with Council for Metro Parks and Council for the City of Lakewood. But because this particular grant goes after one source that Metro Parks is also trying to get, I will abstain from this vote.
Councilman Bullock.
Just one final clarification. I think I heard Mr. Papke say there's more opportunity for public input and another round of input on the iteration of the plan. So I just want to get clarity on that. If there's an opportunity to further evolve the design for any number of good reasons, then I'm comfortable voting for it. But if we're locking ourselves in basically by kind of just sidling up to a design project, I'm less comfortable with that. So can I get clarification on that? Like, is the rendering that is associated with this application fixed, or do we have flexibility?
Engineer Papke or Director Byington, whoever. You're walking back up, so I'm assuming you have some.
Yeah, we are going to have another round of public input.
So is that an answer that means if modifications would need to be made for whatever reason, we could make them? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the concept too of, I would expect the Planning Commission to have some input as the official public body and refer it back to us and all that sort of stuff. So we'll keep moving forward in good faith. So, all right, any further discussion? All right, hearing none on the motion to adopt. All those in favor? Aye.
Abstain.
All right. Item 29, communication from Public Works Director Gordon regarding Lake Clifton Connector Project Waterline.
Director Gordon.
Thank you, dear President Keppel and members of City Council. Attached is a resolution for your consideration for the above referenced project, which is between the City of Lakewood and Cuyahoga County. In general, the resolution entails plans to replace the water lines at Lake Road and Clifton Boulevard, as well as West Clifton Boulevard and Clifton Boulevard within the Lake Clifton Connector project limits. Understanding this was a good opportunity to do so, the water lines would be replaced at 100% City of Lakewood cost. The county would contract the construction project and oversee the construction administration and inspection of the project. At this time, construction is expected to begin in November of 2025 and be substantially completed by December of 2026. The City of Lakewood would be responsible for an estimated cost of $300,000 for the construction and construction supervision costs. I request that City Council approve and pass the attached resolution on first reading so that the project may proceed. Please let me know if you have any further questions.
Move to receive and file the communication.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. And that motion passes.
Item 30, Resolution 2024-78, a resolution to take effect immediately, requesting Cuyahoga County to proceed with the reconstruction of Clifton Boulevard from Linda Street to Webb Road as part of the Lake Clifton Connector project, resolving to pay 100% of the construction and construction supervision for the replacement of existing water line, including all associated work within the City of Lakewood.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 31, communication from Assistant Planning and Development Director Boss regarding Donald and Thoreau Plan Development Final Review.
Assistant Director Boss.
Batting cleanup tonight. Dear President Keppel, on behalf of Helene Realty, as our developer and guided by Chapter 1156, it's the plan development chapter of our zoning code, the following final PD plan and plat for what we're calling the Donald and Thoreau project, respectfully submitted for the review and approval of council. In accordance with Chapter 1156, the plan and the plat have been refined and updated through both the preliminary and final approval stages by the city's Planning Commission, who provided their final approval on 7 November of this year, and the Architectural Board of Review, who provided their final approval on the 14th of November of this year, before now being slated for council review. There is no developmental agreement associated with this project. That's why it's just the plan and the plat. And as you're well aware by now, City Code Section 1156-04E requires action, either approval or disapproval, on this development plan within a 45-day time frame of receipt. For given the current docket and approaching holidays, we're also honoring the intent of the code section. We're respectfully requesting timely consideration of this item by the end of January of 2025. We recommend this item be referred to the appropriate committee for review and action. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll first move to receive and file the communication.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
Item 32, Ordinance 38, 2024, an ordinance to amend Section 110502 of the zoning code of the codified ordinances by changing and revising the zoning map of the city with respect to certain property as set forth and described as the Donald and Thoreau Development Project from R2 to PD Plan Development.
Move to refer to Housing Planning and Development.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that motion passes.
And that brings us to item 23, Resolution 2024-76, a resolution to commend Tristan Rader for his exemplary public service as a member of Lakewood City Council.
Thank you. I will first move to adopt.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. And then if we could be able to read the, I'm going to ask the clerk to read the resolution.
A resolution to commend Tristan Rader for his exemplary public service as a member of Lakewood City Council. Whereas with the support of a local grassroots movement, which he helped to build, Tristan Rader was elected by the people of Lakewood to serve as their at-large representative on Lakewood City Council in November 2017 and again in 2021. And whereas as a freshman council member, Mr. Rader was assigned to chair the Public Works and Sustainability Committee, a leadership role that he has capably held for the past 7 years, providing for council and the community an uncommon level of continuity and expertise across many years and 2 administrations. And whereas bringing to bear his considerable expertise in clean energy, Mr. Rader, with the support of his colleagues, successfully championed initiatives and causes to reduce the city's carbon footprint, install solar panels on city property, and pursue an initiative to plan for the long-term effects of climate change. And whereas merging his interests in sustainability and his attention to the voices of residents, Mr. Rader was able to deliver on requests long sought by residents, such as the preservation of green space, now known as Bernice Pike Park, and the establishment of the Tree Advisory and Education Board. And whereas always with a collegial and professional approach, Mr. Rader never expressed hesitancy to push for change at City Hall or in the community at large. Rather, he leaned into tough questions and big goals and developed a talent for engaging others to share his vision. And whereas informed by his relationships within the community, his values and public service perspective, Mr. Rader used his position on council to amplify voices within the community, build connections among residents, and empower people with tools and information to be leaders. And whereas Mr. Rader has now resigned his at-large council seat effective December 31st, 2024, to take on the role of state representative to which he was elected. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City of Lakewood, Ohio, that this council does hereby commend Tristan Rader for his 7 years of dedicated public service as a member of Lakewood City Council and his consistent and steady leadership as chair of the Public Works and Sustainability Committee, and that this council does hereby wish Tristan and his wife Caitlin all the best as they continue to grow and thrive as residents of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add, I first met Tristan actually doing community organizing, and before either of us was in office, and which really shows, I think, when someone does that work as a volunteer, how much passion they have for it, and has continued to continue that passion, and has the ability to have both strongly held beliefs and fight for them, as well as to accept people where they are and respect their diverse opinions, even when they're very different from your own, and being able to represent so many different people in so many different ways and hold the respect of the community. It's really remarkable, and I look forward to working with you in your new capacity. Thank you. Other council members? Vice President Baker.
Thank you, President Keppel, and I love the slideshow, Tristan. And you were the tallest one until I came, so I don't hope that's not why you're leaving. But no, I just thank you for your service. And we met, as rivals, to say, in a at-large race, and you couldn't have been a more gracious person. And you are an advocate for the work you do, and I respect it, and I always love, having great conversations with you. I respect the work. Lakewood's a better place because of your service here, and it hopefully will be better, and I know it will because of your service in the state. I think you have a bright future in front of you, and so I consider you a friend now, and I hope we stay in touch, and don't forget about us little people when you're in Columbus, so thank you.
Other colleagues? Councilman Evans.
Tristan, thanks for helping me along the way as I get my feet wet here. I've known you for the least amount of time of any of my colleagues, probably by far, I think. But you've set a great example for me. Your commitment to your work. I've obviously known about you for a long time, being a resident. Your commitment to work is really remarkable. So thank you for that service. And I'm your council person now, so I'm sure you'll hold me accountable to the levels that you would hold yourself. So thanks. Thank you.
And Marks.
Tristan, you've really done a lot for the city of Lakewood. You are very passionate about the working man in the city, and I appreciate all of your attitude and sustainability and commitment. I haven't worked with you very long, but it's been great, and I look forward to working with you more as you go to Columbus and forge the war down there. I don't envy you, but do your job, bring us back money. We appreciate you, and we'll still see each other, I'm sure.
Thanks, Madam President. Councilman Rader, it's been good to work with you on many, many things. I have a feeling we'll keep working together on issues down in Columbus, but really for the good of the community. Keep doing what you've always done, which is to engage people, talk to them, listen to them, and try to represent their priorities where it needs to be heard. And you've shown a commitment to that, and that will never go out of style. So Best wishes.
Councilwoman Stubik?
Thank you. Echoing everyone's comments, thank you for all the work that you've done. It's been a pleasure sitting next to you for the last year. I was out canvassing years ago. It was over by Hayes Elementary School. I can't remember exactly what the issue was at the time, but I ran into a lady there, and she wanted to hear nothing about what I was talking about, but she wanted to make sure that she told me that she really liked that Tristan Rader. Boy, she really liked him. I could have told her that I was bringing her money and she wouldn't have had anything to do with it, but she wanted to make sure that I know that she really liked you. And I want you to know that I really like you too. And I wish you the best of successes in Columbus.
Mayor George?
Yeah, Tristan. I feel like we kind of started this journey together, even though we started separately. We both were running in a very competitive at-large city council race in 2017, and we both were successful, and we became friends through that. And so I'm very grateful for your friendship, and I wish you the best of luck in this next journey, and I'm very much looking forward to working with you as our state rep. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam President.
Councilman Rader, last time.
Well, thank you. I'm more than flattered by all of what you've shared. And thank you for the slideshow, council, office. I feel like I'm watching my funeral in some way, which is a little strange, but no, it's very, very kind. The folks who need the most require and absolutely deserve the most thanks to the people of Lakewood. Thank you so, so much for the honor of letting me serve you and sitting in this chair that you rightfully own, and you've lent to me to be your voice back in 2017 when you voted for me, and then again when you reelected me in 2021. So just thank you. I hope that I've done you well, and I hope to do you well over the next couple of years, and including now in parts of the city of Cleveland. As you know, my cell phone number's on the website. If you didn't, it's still there for the next couple of weeks. So you can call me if you need anything. And I intend to keep that same level of access up through the next couple of years. But two groups I want to focus on too. One of the leaders here, and I want to go through and just say a few words, if I may, Council President. But I'll start at the end here with Councilman Evans. Just, again, not known you for the least amount of time, but I have absolutely no doubt we made the right decision. And I felt that, absolutely, and I will be in your inbox, don't worry about it, and I expect you to be in mine, as I'll also represent you moving forward. So look forward to get to know you. You've already stepped up the plate, and I see that in you. I see a real leader moving forward. So pleasure to meet you, and your neighbors. I got to know you at your block party. It's the best place to meet somebody and get to know them, so it's been a pleasure. Cindy Marks, you are an absolute fighter. You've got grit, you've got tenacity, and it's been a pleasure working with you these last year. And I just know that the people of Ward 4 are well served. They definitely have somebody who can fight, and I mean that can actually fight for them. And it took me working with you to really realize that. But I've come to respect you, and I will continue to respect you. And if you ever need anything, certainly you know who to reach out to. Maureen and Danielle, you guys are the most professional council clerks in the entire world. I'm sure of that. I've gotten a chance to work with folks all over the state and work with other councils and other governments. And, you've really taught me and trained me to expect a high level. I think you've spoiled me. And whoever's going to be staff next certainly has a high bar. So thank you for all you've done, both of you, and to our intern. And you're very bright. You're going to have a really long, great future ahead of you. I hope you stick in the government. Stay in government, please. Council President. It's just amazing, and I have to be careful here because I don't want to play favorites with who my favorite council presidents have served under, but just knowing that you're there and not having to worry or think about where your leadership is, and just knowing that if there's an issue, you'll always reach out, and just being always accessible, and knowing that you have the values, we share values, and those values are always going to lead you, just gives me peace and rest, knowing, and it gives me peace leaving, knowing we have an excellent mayor that's going to run this city professionally, and we have an excellent council president who's going to lead with values, and will always default to those values. I think that serves the city well. You have a forever supporter in me because of that. Councilman Baker, I also I've come to know you the last couple of years. I consider you a good friend. I really look forward to working with you in the near future here. In fact, Wednesday, when I go do the official tour of the Metro Parks for my next role here within the district. But you've got leadership written all over you. You're already in leadership here on council. The world's your oyster. Whatever you want to do, you'll be able to do it. But you've decided to dedicate your life to public service, and that really means something. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I look up to you in a lot of ways too. I consider you somebody that I still can learn a lot from as we move forward. Mr. Bullock, thank you for leading with me and really teaching me a lot about how government works and should work, especially around what we should be doing for our climate, what we should be doing right for our constituents. I think you have the folks of Lakewood always in focus whenever you show up here. And you've taught me to really keep that in focus, and that it's okay to push back, even if it means pushing back against your friends sometimes. So I really appreciate that. I think we've developed a friendship and a working relationship, and I hope to continue that. And I do hope that I'm sure I'll see you in the State House, especially on energy issues, and I hope you continue that advocacy, and I look forward to seeing you down there. Member Streebig, it's been just a delight working next to you this past year, and I'll miss you sitting next to me. And I don't know who's going to sit next to me next, but I'm sure they won't have the same attitude. And I look forward to coming here. Part of the reason is I get to sit next to you, and it's been you've really stepped up too. I mean, if you look at your budget book here, you got thrown on a finance in your first year, and you have literally you've read everything, you've done all your research and homework. I think that really speaks to your ability to lead and your ability to really grasp the issues and focus. So thank you so much for your work. And I know I'll see you here soon because we're going to be advocating together for our communities. So thank you for your advocacy for the LGBTQ community, as well as all the other communities in Lakewood that haven't had a voice for a very long time. So thank you. And the mayor and the administration, the second big group of people, and this is it, and then I'll wrap it up. Sorry, folks, I know it's 45 minutes past 9, but I really have to give a shout out, and I'm not saying this because I had anything to do with it, but this is my last opportunity to thank city staff, from the directors, from every single director, every single department. The mayor's done a fine job assembling an excellent team here at the top level that's managing, but certainly the folks that show up every single day. This is my last opportunity to say thank you. The city does not happen by accident. The hard work we put in shows up. We see that in our residents. It gets told all the time. People choose to live in Lakewood, choose to stay in Lakewood because of the hard work of our men and women and everyone else who is on the streets picking up garbage, if they're crossing guards, sometimes they fade into the background, we don't even pay attention or notice, but that is not something that happens without a heck of a lot of effort by the people in this room and the people that are down below this room. It includes safety forces. What's our response time? What's our average response time? Do you know that off the top of your head, Police Chief, or just an average?
It's very fast. It's under 3 minutes.
Yeah, so there's no place that can beat that in this region. I'm sure of it. Same with the fire forces. Just knowing that we're going to be safe. We make that call, you're going to show up. I get choked up thinking about it. I mean, this level of service, and to be part of this team that provides this has just been the honor of my life, and you really spoiled me. I'm going to go down to Columbus and fight a very hard fight here coming up next year, and you guys are just phenomenal to work with. So I want to make sure to get that out, and that is no small part due to this leadership, but really certainly the folks that have been there before you and will be there after you. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for this opportunity to do this. Hope I didn't go too long, and now we can get out of here.
So, well, first we need to vote on the resolution. So any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to adopt. All those in favor? Aye. And that motion passes. Any remaining public comment? I don't know that we have anybody else signed in to speak, but let's go ahead and grab that picture.
Everybody knows you're on the east side.
All right. Don't think I have anyone else signed in for public comment. I don't see anyone over there. Yep, you can come on up.
I'm gonna just say this real quick. Mr. Bullock, Greg McKay told me to drop your name, drop his name. I'm Brenda.
All right, no further public comment. So then we are on to announcements. Vice President Baker.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone here at City Hall and all my colleagues. You know, as we go into the holiday season, just reflecting back, I had a colleague who lost his spouse pretty quickly to some serious medical conditions, and it really made me think how lucky all of us are to be here and to get to do the work we do. So I just want to be thankful for all of you. Thank you for the public. Thank you for everyone that works at City Hall. We're fortunate to be able to do this work, so thank you.
Thank you. I'll just also want to acknowledge that tonight, in addition to Councilman Rader's last night with us, last council meeting is also our intern Devani Misra's last night with us too. And we just want to thank you for all of your work for and with us. And it's been a pleasure having you. And I know, you, as Councilman Rader said, you've got a very bright future ahead of you. So thank you. Any further announcements from council members? Announcements from the administration? All right. Yeah, hearing none. Thank you all so much for your work on this monster of a docket and difficult year. We made it through, and happy holidays to everyone, and we'll see you in the new year. Thank you. We're adjourned.